Chapter 284. It had been 4 years since the establishment of the Vile Men Valley. The Z-Way galaxy was in turmoil. In the Human King Palace, the 3,700-year-old old king passed away. His achievements were heaven-defying, and he was nearing the end of his life. Mahamayuri, a genius of his generation, failed to break through to the 3rd level of the Immortal Foundation and was burned to ashes. Ichingwu was so beautiful that all the other females in the ancient star field paled in comparison. She broke through the 8th limit, ascending to the 9th small step of the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade, pure and holy. She was hailed as a goddess. On this day, the grand pure realm opened, and the 8 Visions Palace was filled with purple chi. A figure rushed into the clouds. Tienda had been in a life-and-death seclusion for many years and finally came out of seclusion. Tienda came out of seclusion. He followed the footsteps of the original residents of the 8 Visions Palace and rode a green ox to the west. Purple chi came from the east and spread for 8,000 miles. Tienda has been in seclusion for 10 years and finally succeeded in Dao severing? Is there going to be another invincible king in the cultivation world? Tienda's coming out of seclusion caused a commotion in the entire Z-Way galaxy. But soon, many voices in the Z-Way cultivation world started to lead the discussion. Tienda, the #1 cultivator in the cultivation world, the pride of Z-Way. Kill Zhoutong. Get rid of the Vile Men Valley. The Vile Men Valley is notorious. We can't afford to offend a great sage, but we must get rid of the representative of the Vile Men Valley. Tienda, I support you in getting rid of Zhoutong. Tienda is nothing. He can even graze cows on the grassland above him. I remember that not long ago, there was a record that Ichingwu personally admitted that Tienda was inferior to Zhoutong. Haha, that's right. Tienda's fiancé, Ichingwu, was once held captive by Zhoutong of the Vile Men Valley for a period of time. Who knows what happened during that time? Zhoutong and Tienda are both 8th limit peerless geniuses. They'll definitely meet on the Emperor's Road in this generation. I wonder who's stronger between the two. Countless people in the Z-Way cultivation world were leading the discussion. They wanted to see the shocking battle between Zhoutong and Tienda in the central Great Vile Men Valley. Suddenly, the void shook and Zhoutong's aura changed drastically. Previously, he was still in the state of merging with the Great Tao. However, at this moment, he had already broken away from that state. His entire being was no longer as ethereal and Tao merging as before. It's almost time for today's divine restriction, Zhoutong said softly. The God Prohibition territory was a territory that could only be touched by godly power. Breaking through the 8 prohibitions would allow one to reach the limit of 9, or even surpass 9. It would be unbreakable for all eternity. Within this domain, Zhoutong seemed to have ascended into the heavens. His entire body seemed to have undergone an unimaginable baptism. His body and mind were one with the Tao, ethereal and untainted by even a speck of dust. Since ancient times, only great emperors could stay in the divine restriction domain for long periods of time. For cultivators who had yet to prove their Tao, even if they were 9th heaven quasi-emperors, there would be times when they would fall into the divine restriction domain, unable to maintain it for long. Even a boundary emperor was like this, let alone a lower-level cultivator. Even for supreme prodigies, when they were at the 2nd level of the Immortal Foundation realm, they would most likely only be able to touch the divine restriction domain once or twice a year. No matter how deep their comprehension of the Great Tao was, it was absolutely impossible for them to surpass the 8 prohibitions and stay in the divine restriction domain forever. Even if there was a prodigy who was stuck at a certain cultivation level and then continued to increase his comprehension of the Great Tao, allowing his battle prowess to continuously increase and increase again, thinking that he would be able to break through the 8 prohibitions. Unfortunately, this was also useless. Since ancient times, there had been many cultivators who had such thoughts. However, none of them had succeeded. Because if a prodigy really did this, then when he truly broke through the 8 prohibitions and reached 9, it would be the time for him to break through to the next cultivation level. When one's comprehension of the great Tao reached a certain level, it was impossible not to want to break through. The great Tao that a cultivator had comprehended would push him forward. Even if a great emperor acted to seal his cultivation level, then there were only 2 possibilities. First, this prodigy would gradually collapse under the suppression of the Emperor Tao laws of the great emperor. Second, it would be like Yi Fan after the supreme battle in the original work and break through the great emperor's restriction. The restrictions of the 8 prohibitions originated from the cultivation system of the heaven shrouding technique. Unless there was some kind of extremely powerful force that surpassed the system, one had to follow the laws of the cultivation system. The only exception was the cutting Tao. The cutting Tao was the heaven cutting Tao. This hurdle was not set by the cultivator himself. It was a restriction of the world, a restriction of the cultivation system itself. The path of cultivation was like a torrential river that flowed down. The cutting Tao hurdle was a dam that this world had set up to block the river. The normal cutting Tao was to cut off something and then take the opportunity to slip out of the crack in the dam and continue on the path of cultivation. It was precisely because the cutting Tao was a restriction of the cultivation system itself, a restriction given by the world. Therefore, only this hurdle, using the contradictions of the cultivation system itself, could allow a true prodigy to break through the restrictions of the 8 prohibitions in a short period of time. Only in front of the cutting Tao would there be a chance to stop one's cultivation and take the opportunity to deepen one's comprehension of the great Tao. From there, one could slowly break through the restrictions of the 8 prohibitions and become a permanent divine restriction. Currently, I spend half of my time in the divine restriction every day. As long as I can connect the 5 great secret realms and successfully cultivate the second strand of immortal Qi, I will definitely be able to complete this unprecedented step, becoming a permanent divine restriction as a second-level immortal foundation cultivator. Countless expectations flashed through Zhou Tong's heart. Although this so-called permanent divine restriction was only for second-level immortal foundation cultivators, once they broke through to the king realm, they would have to return to normal. It was impossible to become a permanent divine restriction. However, if he could comprehend the state of the permanent divine restriction in advance, it would be of great benefit to his future path. If I'm not wrong, once I become a permanent divine restriction, it won't be long before the cutting Tao calamity descends. Moreover, it will be a calamity that cuts the great Tao. This was the path of the cutting Tao that Zhou Tong had chosen himself. The cutting Tao hurdle was a dam that the world and the cultivation system had set up. However, if one's comprehension was deep enough, even if one didn't take the initiative to cut the Tao, the surging river would naturally break the dam. In layman's terms, it was, the heavens cut the Tao. The heavens added a dam to my Tao path, forcing me to cut myself in order to cross it. However, I won't cut myself. In fact, I won't even bother to cut this dam. Not only that, I will also dig my river deeper, widen it, and store it. When quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, the surging momentum would be unstoppable. The dam set up by the world and the cultivation system would only be a small stone, powerlessly tumbling and being destroyed in the surging river. Cutting Tao? It doesn't exist. I won't even bother to mention the blade. This was Zhou Tong's path of the cutting Tao, the cutting without cutting. In these few years, regardless of whether it's the Tao fire or the karmic fire, I've already collected enough. It's more than enough. Next, I only need to complete the last few things, and then I can find a chance to return to the Big Dipper. In the current world, there was no problem in cultivating the chaotic ancient technique, but it was impossible to cultivate the immortal ancient technique. Only by returning to the path of immortality and borrowing the environment that was closest to the celestial realm could he cultivate immortal qi. Chapter 285. A storm was brewing in the Ziwei segmentum. Do you dare to fight, Entienda? You can choose the time and place. Half a month after Entienda came out of seclusion, a piece of news spread throughout the 4 continents. Zhou Tong had issued a challenge to Entienda, causing a huge uproar. The entire Ziwei cultivation world was in an uproar. The news quickly spread everywhere. There were also countless people who stared at Entienda, wanting to know his answer. After he came out of seclusion, there were people everywhere in the Ziwei segmentum who kept spreading rumors that Entienda had been cuckolded by Zhou Tong. There were also countless people who kept comparing him to Zhou Tong. In fact, in the Ziwei cultivation world, this battle was already expected. The only thing they were looking forward to was when this battle would start. And now, Zhou Tong had officially issued a challenge to Entienda. 7 days from now, on the night of the full moon, 8 Profound Mountain. Entienda didn't say much. He just announced a time and a place. Entienda's response immediately shook the entire Ziwei segmentum. The great sage behind Vile Valley had never shown himself. No one knew what this great sage was like. Did Entienda really dare to accept the challenge? Was he not afraid that if he won, he would be crushed to death by an unknown great sage? Entienda must have made preparations to fight against the great sage. It's very likely that the previous master of 8 Visions Temple, the person called Laozi, left something behind. That's right. Ever since Entienda came out, he has never fought a battle that he is not confident in. Entienda must have made preparations to retreat unscathed from this battle. Whether he wins or loses, he can retreat from the hands of the great sage. In my opinion, the great sage behind Vile Valley might not make a move. He must have chosen Zhou Tong as his spokesperson because he thinks highly of his future. If Zhou Tong wins, there is naturally no need for the great sage to make a move. If Zhou Tong loses, it means that he is only SOSO. The great sage might even invest in Entienda. Countless people in the Ziwei segmentum were discussing this battle. While a storm was brewing in the outside world, in Evil Men Valley, over the past 4 years, the Evil Men Valley that Zhou Tong created flourished. The entire valley became even more peaceful. The vast amount of essence turned this place into a divine land. All the evil people who came here seemed to have been purified by some kind of power, and they could cultivate here peacefully. In the core palace, bang! The clothes on Zhou Tong's body suddenly exploded, turning into ashes. Then, purple multicolored light swirled around his body, divine light erupted in 10,000 streaks, and primal chaos surged, making Zhou Tong's body become sparkling and brilliant, flowing with precious light. I've been meditating for a few years. It's about time, Zhou Tong said softly. Then, he used his god power and his cultivation to stimulate the god power in his blood, almost burning it completely. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhou Tong turned into a purple torch. All of the qi and blood in his body evaporated, turning into a purple mist that filled the air. Then, Zhou Tong's body cracked. His bones broke, his internal organs dimmed, and blood splattered. He disintegrated in an instant, and his entire person was about to be completely destroyed. In the entire palace, pure white bones, purple blood, and shattered internal organs were scattered everywhere. They flickered with sparkling immortal radiance, and dazzling divine light floated, turning into all kinds of Tao images. Swoosh! Every drop of blood, every piece of bone, and every piece of flesh burned with the flames of the phoenix's nirvana. Zhou Tong's body completely disintegrated, but it was constantly reborn under the immortal phoenix treasured technique. It kept changing. The sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, insects, and fish, the dragon soared through the 9 heavens, the Kuan Pung leaped across the sea, the Qilin spat out auspicious energy, and the deities traveled. Every drop of blood and every piece of bone was a strange sight. The entire interior of the palace was densely packed with light spots. Those were formed after Zhou Tong's body completely disintegrated into particles. It looked extremely strange. 1. The void trembled slightly, and the indistinct sound of scriptures transmitted from every particle that he disintegrated. It was as if the ancient people were praying, as if they were offering sacrifices to the heavens and earth, and even more so, it was as if the dragons and phoenixes were crying, boom! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the 10 heavenly paradises' divine ring appeared, and an expanse of multicolored light shone. Zhou Tong's completely disintegrated body trembled continuously, and divine light gushed out. Divine light after divine light was emitted from every particle that he disintegrated into. Past self, Tao self, original self, the essence is me. Zhou Tong's voice seemed to be transmitted from the long river of time, and it reverberated in the entire palace. 4 years of enlightenment, unearthing the true self, and connecting the secret realms. Now is the time. Boom! Countless light particles gathered towards the Taoist platform of the palace. In the past few years, Zhou Tong had comprehended countless profound meanings of the scriptures and merged them into his body. His flesh, blood, and bones took the chance to reform and connect the 5 great secret realms. He had jumped out and created his own Tao. Although it was only a prototype and not perfect, and there were still many things that needed to be resolved, Zhou Tong had solved the hidden problem of the 5 great secret realms. His body was as clear as a mirror. All this time, Zhou Tong had not cultivated a complete ancient scripture. In the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, he mainly cultivated the Feather Transformation scripture and minor the Tao scripture. In the Tao Palace secret realm, he mainly cultivated the Sovereign Emperor scripture and minor the Western Emperor scripture. In the 4 Extreme secret realm, he mainly cultivated the Eternal Universe scripture. In the Dragon Transformation secret realm, he mainly cultivated the Indestructible Heaven art and minor the Tai Sovereign scripture. Finally, he gathered the Yin and Yang immortal platforms. The 9 different scriptures could not be connected at all, so Zhou Tong's battle prowess could not be fully unleashed. But at this moment, he had solved this problem. Boom! In the void, a blurry monster appeared, revealing its Dharma form. The chanting of scriptures, the singing of Taoism, the roars of dragons and the cries of phoenixes came one after another. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in his body at the same time. They walked over together and merged into the monster-like Dharma form. It was a ferocious-looking monster. Although it was in the shape of a human, there was a pair of dragon horns that were as bright as purple coral on its head. On its back, there was a pair of immortal phoenix wings, a pair of Kuan Pung wings, and a pair of thunder wings. Its entire body was covered in Qilin scales, and there were even tattoos of grass leaves on the Qilin scales. This was Zhou Tong's godly form, the only godly form that was formed by the fusion of the 9-leaf sword grass, the true dragon, the immortal phoenix, the Qilin, the Kuan Pung, and the thunder monarch. Although this single godly form had yet to fuse to a perfect state, especially the Qilin, Kuan Pung, and thunder monarch, these 3 great godly forms had yet to fuse perfectly. This godly form had already shown signs of truly becoming one. Once the 2nd strand of immortal Qi was formed, this godly form would reach perfection. Once the godly image and Dharma form appeared, it was the Tao. It was Zhou Tong's own great Tao. And Zhou Tong's figure was completely reborn under the shroud of this godly form. This process was a rebirth and also a reconstruction. A brand new him was beginning, a true rebirth of nirvanic rebirth. Spirit and body as one, transforming into a war immortal. This is my Tao. Zhou Tong opened his eyes while his entire body flickered with a crystalline sheen, and he emanated a surging battle intent that was like an ocean. In his blood, the fighting will of the tyrant Ether Blood was completely aroused. His entire body was in an extremely excited state. At this moment, he was like a divine sword that caused the mountains and rivers to lose their color. It was terrifying. Once again, he entered the state of the divine restriction. But this time, the divine restriction was different from the ethereal aura from before. Instead, it contained an unparalleled battle intent. If the previous divine restriction was like an ancient well without ripples, then this divine restriction was burning and exploding. The powerful battle intent caused the void to tremble. Even the gods couldn't help but sigh when they saw it. Fight! 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 Zhou Tong's voice was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens, reverberating in the air of the palace for a long time. The void was shaken by the thunderous voice, and the entire world seemed to tremble along with it. He roared out the word, "Fight," 3 times consecutively, and each word caused the tyrant Ether Blood in his body to boil. After boiling 3 times in a row, his aura reached an unimaginable peak. His entire body was enveloped in an unreachable aura. The surging battle intent was vast and mighty. There was no conspiracy, no scheming, no arrogance, no brutality, no killing intent, and no anger. There was only battle intent, a pure and honorable battle intent. At this moment, every drop of blood in his body was glowing and boiling, emitting a battle intent that was as resplendent as purple smoke. This blood contained battle intent, and it was as if each drop of blood was a war god, holding a weapon in his hand. Bathed in blood, he was fighting above the 9 heavens. The 8 profound mountains in 7 days. In Tienda, I can't wait. Chapter 286. In the cultivation world of Ziwei, everyone was looking forward to it. Everyone was talking about the battle between Zhou Tong and In Tienda. This was going to be the strongest battle ever. There were no gimmicks or pretenses. This was a true blood-soaked battle on the Emperor's Road. The tyrant body of the firmament, Zhou Tong, versus the descendant of the 8 Visions Temple, In Tienda, was about to begin the most terrifying battle. In Tienda has already become a sovereign realm cultivator after Dao severing, and he's already at the 3rd sky of the sovereign realm. This is rare since ancient times. Zhou Tong hasn't shown up in the past few years. He's definitely not In Tienda's match. Zhou Tong knows that In Tienda has already proven his Dao, but he still dares to challenge him. I'm afraid he's also become a sovereign realm cultivator after these 2 years. This battle might be recorded in the history of Ziwei's cultivation world. In the entire cultivation world, countless people were talking about it. Everyone was excited. This was going to be the real battle on the Emperor's Road. However, this battle also made the demons of Ziwei's cultivation world sigh. In this generation, the geniuses of Ziwei who could step onto the Emperor's Road were all humans. First, it was In Tienda, who was at the 8th limit, who was invincible. Then, it was Zhou Tong, who was at the 8th limit. Even after these two, Yi Qingwu was also at the 8th limit. In the entire cultivation world of Ziwei, the most brilliant people were humans. There was no place for the demons. However, sighs were just sighs. This was a battle that no one wanted to miss. A storm was coming. People knew that when the final battle was coming, the world would be in an uproar. The world's attention would be focused on 8 Profound Mountain in Lu State. A shocking battle was going to stir up a storm in Ziwei, officially opening the curtains to a new era. Is the little overlord really confident in fighting In Tienda? In Tienda is already at the 3rd sky of the sovereign realm after Dao severing. Is the little overlord really at Dao severing? Or is the little overlord planning to use some kind of trap to kill In Tienda? Pang Bo was doubtful. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Even though Zhou Tong has utilized countless methods all along the way, there's one thing that can't be denied, and that's his dedication to attaining the Dao and his respect for his opponents. No matter who the other party is, as long as it's an Emperor Road qualification battle, he'll never play any tricks. From that point of view, compared to us, Zhou Tong is still a gentleman. At this point, Yi Fan said solemnly, I'm more inclined to believe that Zhou Tong has already reached the Tao-severing realm. The past few years should be the time for him to enter seclusion. Is his accumulation really enough? Pang Bo was somewhat hesitant. Xia said, according to your information, 3 years before he left the Big Dipper, he already advanced to the 9th layer of Immortal 2. Then, he spent 3 years in the Starry Heavens, 4 years in the Ci, and 4 years in Evil Men Valley. That's a total of 14 years. This time is enough for him to accumulate. He should have already cut his path. Little Tyrant has severed his path as well. None of us can surpass him. Pang Bo felt like he was dreaming. Everything that happened during his university days was still vivid in his mind. Then, in just a few years, Zhou Tong had already cultivated to such a level. Yi Fan also fell silent. He could not help but think of the people and things that happened on the other side of the starry heavens. He did not want to embark on this path of cultivation. If he could, he would rather not have attended the class reunion that day. He would rather have stayed on Earth as an ordinary person. As if sensing Yi Fan's uneasiness, Fairy Xia gently held Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan also came back to his senses and smiled at Xia. I say, the two of you, it's been more than 10 years. When did you give birth to an innate divine body Taoist embryo? Pang Bo ignored the atmosphere and directly interrupted the warmth between the two. What's the point of giving birth to one? The Wushi Heavenly Emperor's inheritance is in the Big Dipper, and we're now in Crepe Myrtle. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at Pang Bo. Besides, do you think an innate divine body Taoist embryo can be born so easily? Having been in the cultivation world for so long, Yi Fan naturally knew that the more terrifying the physique, the rarer it was. If physiques such as the sacred body of the ancients and the hegemonic body of the heavens appeared every tens of thousands of years, then the innate divine body Taoist embryo, which was the supreme physique, might not appear even once in 100 or 200,000 years. Even if both parents met the requirements, it was extremely difficult to give birth to one. At night, outside the Eight Visions Palace, Yin Tianda did not return to the secret chamber of the Eight Visions Palace. Instead, he sat quietly on a bluestone outside the Taiching realm. His mind was very calm. He did not deliberately cultivate. Instead, he took out the scriptures and reviewed all the scriptures he had learned. His mind was calm and his spirit was calm as he silently pondered. At sunrise, he faced the morning sun and stretched out his hand. His whole body was surrounded by the sun's brilliance, and his whole person became incomparably brilliant. Not far away, Yin Tianda's younger brother, Yin Tianji, was frowning. Brother has returned to the Eight Visions Palace to adjust his state of mind. My brother will definitely win in the competition between peers. The only thing I need to worry about is the great sage behind Zhou Tong, who has never shown his face. Yin Tianji was very anxious. He was very confident in his brother, but he was afraid of the unknown great sage. But then again, does the great sage really exist? Could it be that Zhou Tong has mastered the great sage forbidden weapon, so that's why he has such power? Yin Tianji could not help but feel a little curious. This was because the great sage had not manifested any miracles since the last time he suppressed the entire Ziwei star zone. He had not even heard of anyone who had seen him before. But soon, he denied this conjecture. Those ancient sects and dynasties were not fools. If they were not sure that the other party had such terrifying power, why would they hand over the celestial materials they had collected over the years, and even their own celestial scriptures? In the Vile Men Valley, ever since he had completely connected the 5 great secret realms, Zhou Tong had left the palace and directly sat cross-legged on the peak of a nearby mountain. He meditated, cultivated his qi, and nurtured his battle intent. The vast and boundless floating mountain was dyed with a layer of fiery red luster under the sunset. Specks of golden red light floated on the rocks of the mountain. The golden sunset also dyed Zhou Tong with a golden edge. In the sunset, he was like a golden Buddha, quietly sitting cross-legged on the spot. His expression looked so calm and serene. However, behind this calm and serene appearance, there was a battle intent that was like a volcanic eruption or a tsunami sweeping across. Currently, he was like a deep sea. On the surface, it looked calm, but the bottom of the sea was surging with undercurrents. The terrifying battle intent was constantly being nurtured in his body. It seemed to have turned into an undercurrent, constantly revolving, surging, and charging. The tyrannical battle intent was constantly increasing in his body. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, this increase seemed to be endless. Zhou Tong's battle intent was constantly accumulating, becoming more and more terrifying. Although Zhou Tong still looked calm and indifferent, he was preparing the most domineering means. Everything was being prepared for the battle with Yin. Chapter 287. The sky was filled with wind and clouds, and 8 mountains were separated by a river. The 8 Black Mountain was located in the northern part of Luzhou. There were 8 divine mountains in total, standing in the depths of the clouds. Each of them was more than 10,000 feet tall. At the foot of the mountain was a long, winding river. It was rumored that Eternal Universe Great Emperor had defeated his greatest enemy here more than 100,000 years ago. From then on, he embarked on the path of invincibility and finally became an emperor. Yin Tianda's decision to fight here represented his determination and will to prove his Tao. He had defeated his greatest enemy here, and just like Eternal Universe Great Emperor, he had embarked on the ultimate path of invincibility. The sun had completely set, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The 8 Black Mountain turned silvery white under the full moon, and everything was as clear as autumn water. At this moment, the area around 8 Black Mountain was already filled with people. It was unknown how many cultivators had crossed the void to come and watch the battle on Emperor Road. Moreover, the number of spectators was still increasing. From time to time, the space gates would open. People had been waiting for the battle between Zhou Tong and Yin Tianda for many days. It was supposed to be a barren mountain on a moonlit night, but now it was filled with people. It was a strange sight. The Black Dragon King of the North Sea had arrived. He stood on a dark cloud and descended. He was a mighty lord of the North Sea demon tribe. Rumor had it that he had the bloodline of a true dragon and was extremely powerful. The human King Temple Lord is here. A group of cultivators escorted a middle-aged man. As enemies of Zhou Tong, they did not want to miss this battle. Immeasurable deity. The Taoist names were called, and a few Taoist masters appeared. Behind them were more than 10 young Taoists, and each of them had a vigorous vitality and vigorous qi. "They are from the Temple of Longevity," someone exclaimed. The Temple of Longevity was an unimaginably ancient sect in the Ziwei segmentum. Legend had it that the sect could be traced back to the mythological era and originated from one of the 9 celestial lords. At this moment, a palace suddenly flew over from the horizon. Flower petals danced in the air, sparkling and translucent under the moonlight. Wisps of fragrance entered the nose, causing all the pores on one's body to relax. They were cultivators from the Moon Palace. Yin Tianda and Yi Qingwu were already engaged. Naturally, they would support Yin Tianda. The sovereign sex master of the Divine Ice Palace has come out of seclusion as well. A cultivator immediately saw an old woman within the divine artifact, the Divine Ice Tower. All those years ago, it was the sovereign sex master who took a liking to Yin Tianda and pushed for the engagement between Yin Tianda and Yi Qingwu. Many people from the younger generation were disgruntled. Yi Qingwu was the prettiest girl in Ziwei. Countless prodigies wanted to get close to her, but in the end she was betrothed to Yin Tianda. How could these young cultivators not be annoyed by this? Yi Fan and the others blended into the crowd and quietly watched the countless cultivators who had come to watch the battle. Looking around, they're basically all people who support Yin Tienda. The little overlord's methods of doing things are too tyrannical. In the Big Dipper, he captured a group of Sacred Lord bigwigs and extorted celestial materials. In the Crepe Myrtle, he repeated the same trick and extorted all those ancient sects and divine dynasties. How could these people not hate him? I suspect that if he's able to attain the Tao in the future, his reputation will probably be worse than Emperor Vicious. He'll really incur the wrath of the entire world. The more Pang Bo spoke, the more speechless he became. They really didn't know what to say about Zhou Tong's unbridled character. They wanted to curse him, but it just so happened that he himself had obtained great benefits from it. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of celestial materials and countless scriptures and secret technique. These were things that countless cultivators couldn't accumulate even after a few thousand years. However, if they didn't curse him, they would feel sorry for themselves. They were implicated by him and were hunted all over the world. They were almost beaten to death. Yin Tienda is here. Suddenly, someone spoke. A silhouette appeared on the horizon with the moon's shadow step. Purple chi came from the east and spread for 8,000 miles. This person's figure wasn't very majestic, but he had a natural aura of Tao. It was like an ancient emperor had descended into the world. There was a fierce aura hidden in his otherworldly aura that made others revere him. This was Yin Tienda, a peerless genius of the cultivation world in Ziwei. Not only was his battle prowess not inferior to any of the imperial princes, he might even be stronger. He was one of the very few cultivators that Zhou Tong knew who could trigger a divine restriction at the second level of Immortal Foundation. Just this divine restriction alone, even the imperial princes might not be as strong as him. Most of the imperial princes who could trigger a divine restriction were at the third level of Immortal Foundation. Those who could trigger a divine restriction at the second level were either true peerless experts among the imperial princes or peerless geniuses with the potential to attain the Tao. This is Yin Tienda? This was the first time many cultivators saw Yin Tienda. However, they felt that Yin Tienda was different from the legends. In the legends, Yin Tienda's aura was incomparably fierce, like a peerless divine sword after sharpening, unparalleled in sharpness. However, seeing Yin Tienda today, he had a feeling that his Tao was pure and natural. This was clearly a sign that his cultivation base had improved greatly, and he had returned to his original state. He quietly flew to the easternmost peak of the 8 profound mountains and directly sat cross-legged on a huge rock on the mountain. He was adjusting his breathing and adjusting his state, waiting for the enemy to arrive. This aura is very similar to that of the old man who created the 8 Visions Palace in the Grand Pure Realm. An old senior felt a chill in his heart. Yin Tienda had definitely cultivated the scriptures of the 8 Visions Palace to an extremely high level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to display such a pure and natural aura. Yin Tienda is indeed extraordinary. Fairy Zixiao was almost one with the Tao. She could naturally feel how terrifying the power hidden under Yin Tienda's calm appearance was. Once this power erupted, it could shake the heavens and earth. Yin Tienda is already here. Then, where is the person who challenged him, Zhou Tong? Haha, could it be that Zhou Tong doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Countless people spoke one after another. Some were worried that the battle wouldn't be held on time. There were also people who slandered Zhou Tong, feeling that he was already frightened by the staff aura. Time flowed by. The moon in the sky rose higher and higher. The moonlight cascaded down like water, creating a beautiful scene in the 8 profound mountains. Finally, the bright moon hung in the center of the sky, illuminating a large area. The moon is in the middle of the sky. It's time. Where is Zhou Tong? All the spectators were very curious, looking everywhere for traces of Zhou Tong. Dong. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook. It sounded like someone's footsteps, but it also sounded like the entire world was responding to something. Even the path of the great path between heaven and earth became chaotic. Dong. Soon, a second set of footsteps was heard. This time, everyone saw clearly that on the other side of the horizon, a tall figure was walking over. This person was Zhou Tong. Compared to Yin Tianda, Zhou Tong's figure was clearly a cut taller. His entire person also appeared more imposing. He's here. Zhou Tong is here too. The two main characters of this battle are here. I'm really looking forward to how exciting this battle will be. Zhou Tong dares to challenge Yin Tianda, who has cut his Dao. He must have his own trump card. I think he'll win this battle. Countless noisy voices sounded one after another. Countless people looked at Zhou Tong, who seemed to have merged with the Dao, and watched him walk over from the other side of the horizon. His eyes were calm, and every step he took was very gentle. However, every time he landed, it was astonishing. There was the sound of the Dao resonating, and there was auspicious qi lingering around. The world was pulsating. Even Yin Tianda was shocked. This comprehension of the great path was not inferior to his at all, especially when the other party walked over. That kind of confident gaze, that kind of invincible momentum, deeply shocked Yin Tianda. It turned out that there was really such an invincible cultivator in the world other than himself. Chapter 288. On top of the 8 profound mountains, Zhou Tong finally appeared. His entire body was bathed in divine light, and a terrifying aura permeated the air. He walked forward step by step, like an immortal divine statue, towering between heaven and earth. This battle was meant for him to vent his fighting spirit, so there was no need for him to hide anything. He was like a war immortal descending to battle the world. Every pore on his body was emitting endless light, drowning the entire world. He was in the divine restriction, and his essence, qi, and spirit were one. His fighting spirit could split the heavens, and he had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. Yin Tianda? As soon as Zhou Tong appeared, he stared at the man opposite him. That's right, it's me. Yin Tianda was a little surprised. His opponent did not seem to have reached cutting path, but why was his aura so terrifying? Let's fight. Zhou Tong did not say much. With a roar, he turned into a ray of purple light and rushed over. The secret of all was activated, and he raised his hand to kill. He did not waste any words. The fighting spirit that he had been nurturing for many days finally found an outlet. Boom! Zhou Tong slammed down with his palm. The purple palm covered the sky, and his 5 fingers seemed to have turned into purple gold. It was domineering and powerful, and it caused the world to collapse. Yin Tianda raised his hand, and it was like a divine emperor, emitting endless divine light. He slammed out with his palm, and strong winds blew. The waves formed by light soared into the sky. They were huge and full of power, and it was difficult to resist. Boom! In that instant their bodies shook violently. It was as if 2 worlds had collided, and millions of rays of light burst out. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The divine light was dazzling. The bright moon turned into day, and the galaxy lost its light. Is this the battle between Zhou Tong and Yin Tianda, the 2 8th limit cultivators? It's too terrifying. After the Battle of the Emperor Road, I'm afraid that from now on, all the prodigies of the Ziwei star will have a mental breakdown. Countless people were shocked. Such a battle was really terrifying. This was only the first attack, but it was like 2 suns colliding. Endless divine light shone on the world, and the stars and the galaxy lost their light. It was as bright as day. The silver moon and the galaxy seemed to be sinking, and the world was collapsing. This was an unimaginably catastrophic collision. All the spectators either retreated or activated their saint weapons to resist. The originally safe distance was no longer safe. A terrifying fighting spirit soared into the sky from the battlefield, and a world-shaking divine light broke through the sky. Heaven and earth were brightly lit, that place resplendent. They could only see two tall figures colliding in the divine light. Their faces could not be seen, and their identities could only be roughly guessed from their figures. Each of their attacks shook the heavens and earth, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if two gods were clashing. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the two of them as the only light in the world. "Fight!" Zhou Tong roared madly. This was his second battle cry, released with the true dragon technique. Endless ripples spread out, and at the same time, a sword finger pierced forward. It was ferocious and tyrannical, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. This was the grass symbol sword art, the most powerful sword art that represented matter among immortal ancients' three great sword arts. Vicious sword radiance continuously took in and out, hazy radiance and sword energy surging at the same time. Clang! Yin Tianda brandished his fist and struck out fiercely, bringing with it resplendent divine light. His fighting strength was heaven-shocking, and even one of the 8 profound mountains was destroyed. His fist collided with Zhou Tong's sword energy, and a sonorous sound rang out. His fist emitted divine splendor, and was unscathed, not pierced through at all. At the same time, Yin Tianda brandished his fist again. Golden brilliance blossomed between his palm and fingers, as if it was a sun. A fist of extreme yang whistled out, wrapped in a layer of brilliance. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was the Sun Emperor Fist. Yin Tianda also had a great opportunity, obtaining a part of the Sun Sutra, and learned the Sun Emperor Fist. Zhou Tong also punched out, also using the Sun Emperor Fist, and fiercely collided with Yin Tianda's fist. Hong Long! The two people's Sun Emperor Fists suddenly collided, and the power was even more terrifying to the extreme. It was as if two suns had collided, and endless divine light burst out, overflowing into the sky, practically drowning out the entire world. Pooh! Zhou Tong and Yin Tianda's bodies ruptured at the same time, as red and violet blood splattered everywhere. After that, they both retreated. The boundless light vanished, and the world regained its clarity. The 8 profound mountains collapsed, and the scene was filled with desolation. It was as though a calamity had just occurred, and the scene was incomparably terrifying. This was an incomparably bitter battle. Even for someone as strong as the tyrant body, his entire body was drenched in blood. The elites of the various sects and clans who were spectating felt that this battle was simply too terrifying. The disparity between them and the two of them was too great. It was simply a tragedy to be in the same era as these two. Even Yi Qinggu, who had also broken through to the 8th limit, had an expression of shock on her face. She who had just broken through to the 8th limit found it hard to imagine such combat prowess. Some of the veteran kings felt a chill from head to toe. Yin Tianda was just a new king, but his combat prowess was already comparable to some of the veteran kings. But after the shock, everyone turned to Zhou Tong as their countenances changed. Before this, they only had their suspicions. But after this battle, they could tell that Zhou Tong had yet to sever his Tao, and had yet to cultivate to the 3rd level of Immortal Foundation. He was only at the peak of the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. However, how could a mere cultivator at the peak of the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation be able to fight against Yin Tianda, who was at the 8th limit? Yin Tianda, who was at the 3rd level of Immortal Foundation? The difference was a full 3 levels. This battle was simply a fantasy. Yin Tianda is clearly at the 8th limit, but he was defeated by someone who was 3 levels higher than him. How is this possible? Could it be that Zhou Tong used some forbidden treasure, medicinal pill, or some forbidden method that burns one's life force? I remember that when he fought against the Golden Crow, he also used a similar method. It doesn't seem to be a forbidden treasure, nor does it seem to be a method that burns one's life force. This seems to be his true combat prowess. Although it's a little unusual, I can feel that this is definitely not the result of borrowing external strength. He is truly fighting with his own strength. Countless cultivators were shocked. They were stunned by Zhou Tong's combat prowess that surpassed common sense. Yin Tianda, who was able to surpass 3 levels and defeat the 8th limit, had completely surpassed everyone's understanding. This was something that was simply impossible. Surpassing common sense and overturning common sense. Since ancient times, the only thing that could do this is divine restriction. Yi Fan whispered. Zhou Tong definitely entered the divine restriction. He relied on the divine restriction to activate the secret of all. That's why he was able to surpass 3 levels and fight Yin Tianda, who was at the 8th limit. But isn't this too risky? If one isn't a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to maintain the divine restriction. At most, it would only last for an instant. He wants to rely on the divine restriction to defeat Yin Tianda. This is inconceivable, Pang Bo exclaimed. But in reality, from the moment he appeared until now, he hasn't fallen into the divine restriction. I don't know how he did it, but he can actually maintain the state of the divine restriction. This is too terrifying. Yi Fan also took in a deep breath. Once again, he refreshed his understanding of Zhou Tong. The divine restriction was a domain exclusive to great emperors. No matter who it was, they would only be able to experience it for a short period of time before they confirmed their Tao. But now, there was actually someone who could maintain it at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. This was hard to imagine. Chapter 289. Finally, a king tear spoke and sighed softly. Breaking the norm and being able to defeat a genius with 8 restrictions, it can only be a divine restriction. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. A divine restriction was an extreme domain. Among the prides of history, there were only a few who had experienced a divine restriction, let alone a permanent one. In fact, only emperors could enter a divine restriction. Surpassing the shackles of 8 restrictions and reaching the strongest state in one's body was a living legend. Divine restriction? Yin Tianda looked at Zhou Tong with a hint of surprise. He had experienced a divine restriction several times when he was at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. However, each time, it would only last for a short period of time, no more than 10 seconds. However, this opponent actually maintained this state. You can maintain a divine restriction? Yin Tianda's eyes shone brightly as a powerful battle intent emanated from him. Humph, so what if it's a divine restriction? I'm 3 cultivation levels higher than you. Even if it's a divine restriction, I can't overcome it. The warm-up is over. Let's fight. Yin Tianda's eyes were filled with a hint of fanaticism as he attacked. Yin Tianda, who had experienced a divine restriction, was very clear about how terrifying it was. His limit was 8 restrictions, and he could fight opponents who were 8 cultivation levels higher than him. The foundation of a divine restriction was 9 cultivation levels higher than him. The deeper level of a divine restriction could even reach 10 or 11 cultivation levels higher than him. This was merely the foundation of a divine restriction. Once one entered the divine restriction state, the amplification secret arts that couldn't be used by 8 restrictions could also be used freely. This would be a huge boost to one's battle prowess. Without a doubt, the fact that his opponent could fight against him despite being 3 cultivation levels higher than him was definitely because of a divine restriction and amplification secret art. Yin Tianda had already made up his mind to win this battle. Not only did he want to win, but he also wanted to obtain a permanent divine restriction from Zhou Tong. At this moment, Yin Tianda's body was enveloped in a layer of divine radiance as if a celestial emperor was awakening. His aura could devour mountains and rivers as he punched out. Roar! Zhou Tong roared into the sky like a demon god descending. His purple battle intent danced wildly as his black hair draped over his shoulders. He also punched out. In his martial Tao heavenly eyes, there was the scene of the moon falling, the stars sinking, and the starry river surging. It was terrifying and terrifying. How could the battle intent that had been nurtured for several days be released in the previous battle? To be more precise, the previous battle was just a warm-up. It caused his already terrifying battle intent to surge even more. Boom! The two individuals clashed in close quarters. In that instant, floods overflowed and rivers surged. All types of divine force and natural laws erupted. It was as if two heavens were shattering. There was a type of aura of great annihilation that rushed out. The two individuals' bodies burned, erupting with millions and millions of streaks of divine splendor. That was just a test. This is the real battle. Even a warm-up has such combat strength? Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the scene before them in shock. The level of this battle was far beyond their expectations. Since the beginning of time, even the battles on the Emperor's Road might not be as terrifying as this battle. Zhou Tong opened and closed his fist. Yin and Yang were reversed, and there was chaos lingering around. Golden and black rays of light wrapped around his fingers. Boom! When he brandished his fist, an indistinct world appeared behind him. An enormous and terrifying black fish appeared. It leapt out of the sea and turned into a bird. It swam through the starry skies, tearing apart the starry rivers. Yin Tianda's punch also caused a phenomenon to soar into the sky. Purple chi surged for 3,000 miles, shaking the universe. Bear! The purple chi was vast and mighty, condensing like a purple immortal fire burning fiercely. The universe seemed to be collapsing because of him. Rumble! Between Zhou Tong and Yin Tianda, billions of divine lights burst out, tearing apart the void. The deafening sound was deafening. Torrential divine power rolled out, destroying the void. Many of the experts who had retreated earlier were sent flying by the impact. The terrifying impact destroyed the earth and split open the sky. Endless Tao patterns intertwined, splitting heaven and earth apart. The deafening roar of the great Tao was deafening. Red blood splattered. A stream of blood splattered out. It was especially conspicuous in the shattered void. Is Yin Tianda going to be defeated? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the scene before them. The red blood was obviously not the blood of the tyrant body of the azure heavens. It belonged to Yin Tianda. Zhou Tong's punch finally brushed past Yin Tianda's ribs, breaking one of his ribs and destroying a large part of his flesh. There were even wisps of chaotic energy lingering around the wound. It was the terrifying chaotic energy formed by the reversal of Yin and Yang. However, Yin Tianda's punch was also extremely terrifying. The terrifying heavy punch shattered Zhou Tong's abdomen, but no blood flowed out. This was because the punch contained a terrifying fire energy that burned the wound. What a serious injury! Both of them. If they continue fighting like this, they won't die together, right? Everyone was extremely shocked. After becoming serious, the first confrontation was already so cruel and bloody. Screech! The cry of a phoenix resounded through the 9 heavens. Scarlet flames burned on Zhou Tong's body, and his charred abdomen quickly recovered in an instant. This terrifying recovery speed shocked many of the king-level experts. Is this the innate ability of the immortal phoenix race? He is clearly a human. How can he use this ability? A king-level expert from the demon race was shocked. The scene before him was beyond his imagination. Since this person's recovery speed was so terrifying, wouldn't Yin Tianda be in trouble? Everyone turned to look at Yin Tianda. A loud boom rang out from Yin Tianda's body. Boundless divine light shone, shaking heaven and earth. Divine immortality technique! Someone exclaimed. In the age of mythology, Heavenly Lord Changsheng first created the immortality divine technique. Later on, he took it a step further and evolved it into the esoteric character of the 9 esoteric characters. Scarlet blood energy rose. Tienda's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was not much slower than Zhou. At the same time, there were waves of chanting sounds coming from his body. It was as if a god was praying for him and increasing his vitality. This was the esoteric character of the 9 esoteric characters. This was the first time Zhou Tong had a bad feeling since the beginning of the battle. He was 3 levels lower than Tienda. Now, he was relying on the divine seal to fight against Tienda. He had not completely stabilized the divine seal and did not know when the divine seal would disappear. Zhou Tong's original intention was to fight Tienda head-on and end the battle quickly. However, it was obviously going to be a long battle. Zhou Tong's face darkened. He looked in the direction of the Longevity Temple and the Human King Palace not far away. The esoteric character was obviously given out by them. Originally, the Longevity Temple and the Human King Palace each had half of the sutra. No one could get the esoteric character. However, under Zhou Tong's threat, they handed over their sutra. Although the sutra had been handed over, they had secretly exchanged the sutra and obtained the complete esoteric character. In order to deal with Zhou Tong, they even gave the esoteric character to Tienda. They hoped that Tienda could win. Chapter 290. Boom! Finally, Tienda recovered and looked over coldly. Lightning shot out in all directions, causing people to tremble. Since ancient times, a just cause enjoys abundant support. You created the vile valley and angered everyone. Now, it's time for you to be punished. Tienda's voice became colder and colder. At the same time, he grabbed with his right hand and a purple-gold divine sword appeared in his palm. Buzz! The thick sword light soared into the sky, incomparably resplendent. It was like a river of stars as it slashed towards his opponent. At the same time, his left hand formed the Empyrean treasure seal, suppressing all evil and eliminating all enemies in the world, making all Daos submit. Stop talking nonsense. I only believe that in this world I am invincible. Zhou Tong's battle-intent sword. He grabbed with his right hand and the red and black Holy Spirit sword appeared in his palm. Accompanied by the cries of dragons and phoenixes, he immediately attacked. Clang! The sword light tore through the void, revealing its sharpness. Boundless killing intent shook heaven and earth. And the purple fist formed by his left hand was surrounded by overflowing demonic chi. It carried the power of destruction as it pressed forward. This was the 9 Nether Fist. It was created by Zhou Tong based on his understanding of the 9 Nether Treasure technique. The moment this fist was unleashed, demonic chi rampaged. Heaven and earth lost their light and the river of stars dimmed. There was simply nothing that could block it. Everything in the world was destroyed. The people in the distance were shocked. This kind of battle prowess was not something a 2nd-level immortal could display. Even a 7th or 8th-level immortal king might not be able to compare. Was the divine restriction really so terrifying? Countless people were shocked. His current battle prowess was close to that of a perfect immortal king. It was too terrifying. Neither was willing to give an inch. This was a terrifying battle that was tit for tat. Boom! The sword light was the first to collide. The terrifying sword light shattered and pierced through the void, piercing through both of their bodies. Then, it was the Empyrean treasure seal against the 9 Nether Fist. The battle was even more intense. The 9 Nether Fist shook the void, containing an unimaginable demonic nature. The Empyrean treasure seal passed through the demonic chi and blasted towards Zhou Tong, colliding with his terrifying fist. Pooh! Blood splattered from the 2 of them again. Both of them were injured. Their bodies were covered in wounds and blood constantly flowed out. Blood chi swirled around the 2 of them. Yin Tianda used the esoteric word esoteric to heal his wounds at the first moment, while Zhou Tong directly attacked Yin Tianda. He didn't know when the divine restriction would disappear, and he didn't have that much time to waste. Thus, he could only kill without stopping and not give Yin Tianda any time to rest. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Boiling phoenix blood. At this moment, Yin Tianda couldn't care less about healing his injuries. He immediately let out a furious roar as his entire body emitted an extremely terrifying blood-chi fluctuation. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of immortal phoenix blood. His physical body was incomparably sturdy, as if it would never be damaged. Although his innate physique was not as good as the tyrant body of the firmament, he had once been refined by the phoenix blood. Therefore, the strength of his body was very close to that of the ordinary tyrant body of the firmament. Fight! Zhou Tong's battle intent soared once more. He didn't put up any defense at all. He was in a purely offensive state, fighting a life-and-death battle with Yin Tianda. Boom! 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 The two of them fought a bloody battle. Their terrifying attacks shocked all the spectators. The streaks of sword chi cut through the void and cut through eternity. The seals emitted divine light that shook the heavens and the earth. Blood chi burned, boundless purple chi, and scarlet clouds filled the sky. The battle escalated once again, forcing everyone to retreat once more. Zhou Tong roared madly as he fiercely resisted. All kinds of secret techniques appeared one after another. The 9 esoteric words, the 10 vicious treasured arts, the great monarch's secret techniques, the flying celestial arts, the imperial dragon chi. Especially the esoteric word, all. This was the reason why Zhou Tong was so confident in suppressing Yin Tianda. Otherwise, the gap of 3 cultivation levels couldn't be made up even with the divine restriction. However, the esoteric word, all, was a sovereign's Tao after all. It wasn't a technique created by Zhou Tong himself, so it was impossible for it to be successfully activated every time. Occasionally, when Zhou Tong's esoteric word, all, failed, it was the most dangerous moment for him. Then, Yin Tianda would turn the tables and severely injure him. This was the most dangerous battle that Zhou Tong had ever experienced since he stepped into the cultivation world. Even the battle with Himiko back then wasn't as difficult as this one. Purple blood flowed all over the ground. He and Yin Tianda had exchanged thousands of blows, from late night until sunrise. Of course, Yin Tianda's injuries were just as severe. His limbs were torn apart in the collision, and his heart was almost pierced through by Zhou Tong's sword chi. There were also a few terrifying sword wounds on his forehead that almost shattered his skull. Roar! Zhou Tong suddenly roared madly. His divine principles flickered, and his divine power surged. In the end, his divine power and divine principles condensed into 9 tails behind his body. At the end of each tail was a ferocious beast's head that wasn't too big. It was shaped like a dragon's head, and it was terrifying. The 9 tails all pierced toward Yin Tianda. They were fast and vicious. The dragon's head on each tail opened, revealing sharp teeth that flashed with cold light. They bit toward Yin Tianda's body. It was too fast. The two were so close that there was no way to dodge. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed drastically. The change in this instant was too terrifying. This attack was too sudden, and Yin Tianda definitely had no way to deal with it. Roar! Yin Tianda roared, and the mountains collapsed. An intimidating aura bloomed. Suddenly, 3 streams of clear chi rushed out from his body. 3 people that looked exactly like him appeared in an instant. Each of them faced the 3 dragons' tails, and in an instant, the 3 dragons' tails were completely broken. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. This was a supreme divine art. It could increase one's combat strength in an instant, and create 3 Tao wills that looked exactly like the real body. When participating in a battle, it could instantly turn the situation around. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. When did he use it? Zhou Tong was shocked. After a night of fierce battle, Yin Tianda shouldn't have had the chance to use this divine art. However, he quickly realized that Yin Tianda was a very sinister person. He must have used this art long ago, and even before coming here to participate in the battle, he had already used the one qi into 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones that he transformed into were all hidden on his body. He must have been waiting for an opportunity to trick him. 1 qi into 3 pure ones. This is the 8 Visions Temple's master's supreme art. I've finally seen this divine art. Rumor has it that the 3 bodies formed by the 1 qi into 3 pure ones aren't avatars. One person can create 3 of himself, and each of them is the real body. They have the same divine ability as the original self. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was an invincible divine art. One Yin Tianda was already terrifying enough. Now that there were 3 more of him, who could withstand it? In the distance, Yi Fan and Pang Bo were even more shocked. They had heard of this divine art when they were on the other side of the starry sky. This was a legendary supreme divine art. Today they finally saw it for themselves. 1 qi into 3 pure ones. The little tyrant is in danger. Pang Bo was also very nervous. The one-on-one battle was already so intense. Now that there were 3 more people, how were they going to fight? Not good. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong's expression suddenly changed. He felt that his condition was plummeting. He no longer had the terrifying feeling of a deity. No matter how hard he tried to activate the secret of all, he couldn't activate it. At this moment, he actually fell into the divine restriction. Chapter 291. Yin Tianda also keenly sensed that Zhou Tong's condition had dropped drastically, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I see. Your divine restriction can't be maintained for long. It finally fell. Yin Tianda was bathed in blood. His voice was cold, but there was a hint of carefreeness. It turned out that this opponent couldn't maintain the divine restriction for long. After fighting for so long, Yin Tianda had been severely injured multiple times. Even his divine origin power was about to be exhausted, and he had reached his limit. If this continued, Yin Tianda's confidence would be damaged. This was because this opponent wasn't at the same level as him at all. He was going against him, and he was going against him with a gap of 3 realms. What? Zhou Tong fell into the divine restriction? Everyone present was also shocked. Then, they looked at Zhou Tong with a hint of pity and indifference. Going against the celestial restriction and battling with someone of a higher realm was a battle between a peerless genius and a mediocre person. However, Yin Tianda himself was also a peerless genius who had reached the 8th restriction. They knew that Zhou Tong had already lost this battle and had fallen into the divine restriction. He was no longer qualified to fight with Yin Tianda. The difference of 3 realms was like heaven and earth. Even a young great emperor couldn't go against the celestial restriction in such a situation. Zhou Tong is finally going to lose. Let's see if the great sage behind him will save him. However, regardless of whether the great sage will save him or not, he has lost to Yin Tianda this time. There's no hope for him to attain Tao in this life. I wonder if the great sage will come out. If he doesn't, it means that the great sage has given up on Zhou Tong. If he does, he will have to reconsider the Evil Men Valley. Although the great sage claimed to have built the Evil Men Valley, he has never shown himself. Moreover, the great sage built the Evil Men Valley to give independent cultivators a chance. Now, the Evil Men Valley has become a gathering place for the truly vicious and evil people. It all depends on the great sage's attitude. Countless sect masters and kings revealed strange expressions. They were no longer paying attention to Zhou Tong. Instead, they naturally shifted their attention to the vile valley behind Zhou Tong and the non-existent great sage. They wanted to estimate the unknown great sage's thoughts through Zhou Tong so that they could come up with different countermeasures against Evil Men Valley. Falling into the divine restriction, you no longer have any hope in this battle. Let's end this battle. Yin Tianda himself didn't move, but his 3 Taoist clones of the 3 Pure Ones rushed out at the same time. One of them held the Heavenly Lord's seal with a solemn expression, one of them waved the Sun Emperor fist with extreme yang, and the last one held a divine sword that tore through the void. The 3 Taoist bodies dashed toward Zhou Tong together. Buzz! They turned into 3 streaks of lightning, their auras terrifying. Everywhere they passed, mountains and rivers collapsed, leaving behind a scene of devastation. That kind of terrifying power shook the void, causing the hearts of countless people in the surroundings to crack. Zhou Tong roared and attacked brazenly. The divine restrictions fall couldn't cut off his fighting spirit. He walked the path of the war immortal, and it was also the path with the strongest, wildest, and fiercest fighting spirit among all the paths. Once this path appeared, there was no way to retreat. Even his body, which had been tempered by the imperishable scripture, collapsed. The runes on his body were obliterated and quickly dimmed. His body directly exploded. However, at this moment, a dazzling light rushed out from the top of his skull. The other Zhou Tong leaped up and transformed into a ferocious monster. The immortal phoenix, the Thunder Emperor, and the Kuan Peng's 3 pairs of wings soared into the sky. The dragon's head was sinister, and Qilin patterns covered his entire body. The 9-leaf sword grass pattern was branded on his body. The monster-like Zhou Tong's black hair was scattered, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. He merged several ancient scriptures into one to strengthen himself, and he transformed into the 6 ferocious 10 to condense his fighting strength. Zhou Tong finally used the ultimate result he had comprehended in the past few years. Ever since he cultivated the first strand of immortal qi and merged his divine form, Zhou Tong had been comprehending this move. Not long ago, after he had connected the 5 great secret realms and completely determined his path, he finally comprehended this ultimate result from his own constitution, ancestral awakening. The momentum of his leap was unstoppable. He rushed up against the wind and instantly jumped out of the encirclement of the 3 Pure Ones. After the divine form, Overlord Body. Zhou Tong's voice wasn't loud, but this sentence seemed to contain the most terrifying kind of power, causing his exploded body to shake and release a huge amount of vitality. Then, the sky trembled. Clang! 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 The clanging sounds shook the surroundings. The monster-like Zhou Tong in midair was covered in multicolored light, like a purple volcano erupting. Every piece of his shattered body turned into a true dragon, immortal phoenix, Qilin, 9-leaf sword grass, Kuan Peng, and the Thunder Emperor. Accompanied by the clanging sounds, they directly imprinted on Zhou Tong's body. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Countless immortal birds and divine beasts appeared at the same time, as if they had entered a mythical world. As long as any one of them walked out, it was enough to sweep away all heroes. Even the peerless sect master couldn't stop it. This was a forbidden method. It contained the power of the overlord body of the heavens bloodline, but it was also a kind of power that could only be manifested by one's own comprehension. The overlord body was a forbidden method to break down all the divine form of the overlord body to make it the most suitable for one's own body. It also fused with the corresponding laws to evolve the body into another kind of creature. This was a more powerful ability after the divine form of the overlord body. It was a further step to unearth the power of the divine form. The divine form was just a kind of general momentum, a trace of Tao. However, if one wanted to combine the overlord body, they still needed the corresponding divine form and more detailed laws. Zhou Tong displayed the overlord body. This was a monster. Dragon head, Qilin armor, Kuan Peng wings, phoenix wings, thunder wings, and 9-leaf sword grass tattoo. It gathered the advantages of 6 types of the vicious 10. It was extremely strong and indestructible. As soon as this body appeared, heaven and earth suddenly became violent. Zhou Tong stood on the divine restriction again. The powerful force almost collapsed heaven and earth. As the battlefield, the 8 profound mountain didn't even have a pebble left. It was extremely terrifying. After the divine form, there's actually such a physical transformation? Yin Tianda's expression was solemn, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. After the divine form, it was actually a kind of Taoan law that surpassed the divine form. When a cultivator's divine form reached perfection, it was possible to comprehend the so-called after the divine form. However, for most cultivators, the path after the divine form was the primordial spirit unification. The divine form was the shape of the Tao evolved from the physical body. In other words, it was the Tao of the physical body. After the divine form, it was a step further. It allowed one's primordial spirit to merge with the Tao of the divine form. This was the primordial spirit unification. However, Yin Tianda didn't expect that after the divine form of the overlord body, it was different from the normal divine form. It wasn't a change of the primordial spirit, but a further change of the physical body. The divine form was just a kind of Tao change. The physical body changed into the shape of Tao. However, after the divine form of the physical body changed a step further. In the end, it seemed that even the race could be changed. Chapter 292. The bloodline of the heavenly tyrant body is indeed extraordinary, but it's useless. No matter how you transform, you can't resist the suppression of an absolute realm. Kill. Yin Tianda roared with a solemn expression. The 3 Taoist bodies rushed forward together. The seal, the Emperor's fist, and the immortal sword attacked at the same time. The techniques used by the 3 Taoist bodies could complement each other. For a time, the world was filled with the sound of Tao, and eternal light shone out. Boom! Zhou Tong didn't say much. Under the state of the tyrant body, his fighting spirit was almost boiling. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Yin Tianda. He just wanted to fight to his heart's content and vent the fighting spirit of the tyrant body. He was extremely ferocious. He raised his fist and launched an earth-shattering attack at Yin Tianda's 3 Purities Taoist body in a domineering manner. This was the 9 Revolutions heavenly technique from the ancient Chaos era. It was used to circulate many kinds of treasured techniques at the same time. The 6 treasured techniques of the 10 ferocious treasured techniques were unprecedentedly harmonious. When they circulated together, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Beams of light rushed up one after another, carrying incomparable runes as they smashed forward. The 6 treasured techniques of the 10 ferocious treasured techniques were combined with the secret of all. Boom! The 8 profound mountain, which had collapsed completely, finally showed a trace of vitality under the radiance of the sunrise. But at this moment the earth shook like a wave. The earth was surging like waves, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. It was like the end of the world. The whole world was shaking. The universe exploded and chaos appeared. There were countless runes here, and the most terrifying collision occurred. Ting! The space in front of the fist wailed, as if it couldn't bear such a violent force. Cracks appeared in the space, and even the sky was shaking under this punch. This punch tore through eternity. The dazzling light illuminated the world, and the void rumbled like the roars of several true dragons. Yin Tianda's 3 Taoist bodies exploded. Blood and bones splattered. It was too terrifying. The 3 Taoist bodies with the same combat strength as Yin Tianda were instantly destroyed by Zhou Tong's punch. This scene shocked everyone. Yin Tianda! The sovereign sex master exclaimed with shock. This was the son-in-law of the divine ice palace that he'd acknowledged, yet he was actually about to be beaten up to such a state in an instant? Even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others were no exception. Everyone was shocked. That terrifying tyrant ancestral body had a kind of invincible aura that was blooming. At this moment, everyone finally witnessed the most terrifying side of the tyrant body of the firmament with their own eyes. They saw the invincible capital of the tyrant body of the firmament. Clang! 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 The sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth, one after another, endless, dazzling the sky. Zhou Tong swung his sword again, and thousands upon thousands of sword rays bloomed. They were like dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, corn, pings, and lightning. Yin Tianda let out a long roar, shaking the sky and making it seem like the sky was about to fall down. Faced with Zhou Tong's sword that was close to a fatal blow, he unleashed all sorts of secret techniques in succession. However, he still couldn't block it. His entire body was instantly pierced with more than a dozen holes from the front to the back. Yin Tianda let out a shrill cry. His black hair danced wildly, and blood flowed out from between his brows. Even his immortal foundation had been cut open by Zhou Tong's sword. This was practically a winning blow. He knew that his opponent had returned to the divine restriction domain, and with the support of the tyrant body, his combat strength was even more terrifying. Yin Tianda was on the verge of despair. This kind of terrifying power was truly beyond his understanding. This was a kind of power that he couldn't surpass no matter how hard he tried. Yin Tianda is about to lose. He's being defeated. The tyrant body of the firmament is truly an invincible physique. No one can stop it. The hearts of countless cultivators in the Z-Way segmentum dimmed. An invincible genius of a generation actually ended up like this. However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong's body split open. A huge crack appeared on his chest, and that hideous Qilin armor was instantly torn apart. Purple tyrant blood splattered out. Little Overlord! Pang Bo couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Fan looked gravely at the huge crack on Zhou Tong's chest. He was incomparably shocked. His tyrant body has a huge flaw. It's not perfect. The power of the tyrant body of the firmament was beyond Yi Fan's imagination. He had never thought that the tyrant body of the firmament would have such a talent. That terrifying tyrant body, even if it wasn't perfect, was enough to shake heaven and earth. I know your tyrant body is still not perfect. If this continues, you'll be digging your own grave. Yin Tianda will never lose. Purple Qi comes from the east, vast and mighty. Yin Tianda seemed to have gone mad. As he roared, a sea of purple Qi came from the east, instantly filling the heavens and the earth, terrifying people's souls. At the same time, a tsunami-like sound rushed out from behind Yin Tianda. It was as if billions of stars had gathered, or as if a demon god had descended into the world, wreaking havoc in all directions. Every inch of the void was filled with purple splendor and purple flames. This was Laozi's divine technique. The purple Qi was vast and mighty like flames, evaporating everything within it. The entire towering mountain was evaporated, disappearing like water vapor. It was incomparably terrifying. Zhou Tong's tyrant body has a flaw. Yin Tianda still has hope. Who can see clearly what happened inside? Who won? Did Yin Tianda catch Zhou Tong's weakness and kill him in one blow? Did Zhou Tong fall? Or did Yin Tianda lose? All the cultivators in the Z-Way segmentum were discussing. This was a big event, a real battle on the Emperor's Road. No matter who lost, it was an earth-shattering event. Clang! But soon, a crisp sword hum came out from the vast purple Qi. Sword Qi soared into the sky, turned into a dazzling divine rainbow, and slashed forward. The reddish-black sword light surpassed everything. Cut through the Tao Law, cut through the purple Qi, and destroyed everything. It was extremely bright. Lose. I'll lose. Yin Tianda looked at the sword Qi and couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. He was already a lamp without oil. He had used all his trump cards, and there was no way he could withstand this sword. There was no doubt that this sword was a sure kill, a sure kill. No, I entienda, will never lose. Entienda's face was a little ferocious. He suddenly took out a clay jar and quickly opened it. Buzz! Suddenly, a black light soared into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. A huge green ox appeared in the void. Its green hair was as smooth as silk, and its pair of horns were more like two large blades. They were boundless and powerful enough to tear the sky apart. Moo! This was a gigantic green ox. It suddenly let out the most terrifying roar, and the stars in the sky seemed like they were about to fall down. Its divine might was shocking, and it was definitely a supreme king at the peak of the great success level. Zhou Tong's reddish-black sword chi collided with the sound wave of the ox's roar and completely dissipated in an instant. The sound wave of the ox's roar was still crashing toward Zhou Tong. Buzz! The diamond chakram's 7-colored radiance descended abruptly and blocked the sound wave. Entienda, you're 3 realms higher than me in this battle on the Emperor's Road. Do you still want to borrow external power? Zhou Tong looked at Entienda coldly. Chapter 293. Lose? That's impossible. I won't lose. Entienda's face was gloomy, but there was also a hint of madness in it. You entered the divine restriction, so it's natural for me to be defeated by you in my strongest state. It's just that I'm unlucky today and couldn't enter the divine restriction. If I also enter the divine restriction, I'll also be invincible. The more he spoke, the more excited Entienda became. It was as if he had found a reason, an excuse for his failure. The madness in his eyes gradually dissipated, and a powerful essence, energy, and spirit burst out. His eyes instantly became resplendent. It had to be said that a person in despair would hold on tightly even if they were holding a straw in their hand. Entienda found an excuse for his failure. Immediately, the light in his eyes exploded, and a powerful battle intent spread out. He looked down on the world as if he was already invincible. He had completely forgotten his previous failure. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, and that ferocious and terrifying tyrant body also gradually retreated. He returned to his normal state. He said indifferently, "There aren't so many ifs in this world. If I also cut my path, I can suppress you with one hand. My understanding of the divine restriction is far from what you can imagine. Otherwise, you can also try to enter the divine restriction and fight with me." Zhou Tong looked at Entienda, and his voice was filled with incomparable confidence and magnanimity. He was heroic and full of confidence. His eyes were shining brightly, and they flickered with a brilliance that could make the sun and moon pale in comparison. Where did confidence and magnanimity come from? It was accumulated from victory after victory. Only by winning step by step could one accumulate the most terrifying confidence. In this battle against Entienda and obtaining a complete victory, Zhou Tong also seemed to have undergone an unimaginable transformation. His aura was becoming more and more terrifying. Facing Zhou Tong's majestic aura, Entienda couldn't help but feel suffocated. The other party's aura was simply suppressing him to the point that he couldn't breathe. He repeatedly opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. His heart had long been in a mess. When the outcome was already decided, it was already in a mess. His confidence of being invincible had long been beaten to a pulp. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to look at Entienda. His gaze turned, and he looked at the green ox that suddenly appeared. "I am Angel Ox." A muffled roar resounded in the sky. It was as if a muffled thunder had struck, shaking the Jade Sea and causing a great disturbance. Leaving Hangu Pass to the west, this old ox has been sleeping for many years. Who would have thought that there would be such a stunning person in the present day? The voice of this green ox was like thunder. Bathed in the faint light of dawn, he looked at Zhou Tong. There wasn't a single person here who wasn't stupefied. This devil-like existence was definitely a great success level king level expert. How could it be so strange? Who sealed it? In the distance, Yi Fan and Pang Bo both had strange expressions on their faces. This bull had mentioned that it would leave Hangu Pass to the west. Could it really be their mount? Demon Bull King? Pang Bo muttered softly. So, west of Hangu Pass is the ancient star path? Yi Fan's heart was also pounding. Everything was so inconceivable. He had actually entered the star domain 2,500 years ago? This bull stared at Zhou Tong for a long time. Its huge eyes revealed a trace of surprise. You have the aura of my hometown on you. You actually came from there as well. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. However, his gaze towards this bull was somewhat strange. How many bulls did he have? Why did he like bulls so much? This green ox in front of him was brought by him from Earth. He still remembered that he had also brought a bull from the Herculean bull tribe in the starry sky. He had even given the Herculean bull tribe a diamond carving in exchange. With so many bulls by his side as mounts, did he have to take turns? 1, 3, 5 riding the green ox, 2, 4, 6 riding the Herculean bull tribe? After that, Angel Ox's pair of huge bull eyes turned towards Entienda. He looked at the jar in Entienda's hand and said, "So it was you who summoned me. I didn't expect this generation's inheritor to be crippled. How useless!" Angel Ox's expression was serious and incomparably dignified. It was as if he had turned into another bull. His hair was trembling. He looked at Zhou Tong and said in a low, muffled voice, "Although I don't think this brat is anything good, it's my duty. As fellow countrymen, let's discuss and let him go." Zhou Tong looked at Angel Ox and said indifferently, "Angel Ox, seeing that we're from the same hometown, it's not impossible to let Entienda go. However, we should at least gain something from this battle. Killing wouldn't solve the problem." Entienda's Dao heart had already cracked. He was no longer a threat. Instead, the most important thing was to obtain Entienda's inheritance of fortune. This was the I-Chi turning 3 pure ones that Zhou Tong had been eyeing for a long time. Although the I-Chi turning 3 pure ones would disperse once they entered the divine forbidden area, in the 8 forbidden area, learning the I-Chi turning 3 pure ones would make one invincible. Just this move alone was enough to give a cultivator an advantage in a battle of the same level. "Ox King, kill him," Entienda said. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. In this battle, Zhou Tong had become his inner demon. If he didn't get rid of this inner demon, he would have no hope of attaining Dao in this life. "Entienda, you're just a loser. You have no right to speak here," Zhou Tong said calmly. "Buzz." Following Zhou Tong's words, a great sage's aura suddenly erupted. A 7-colored halo rose up and enveloped the entire area. Everyone trembled as they felt a terrifying aura. It covered the sky and covered the earth, causing their blood to boil. Their bodies felt as if they were about to explode. A great sage's aura? Green Ox let out a strange cry, revealing a shocked expression. "Brat, I have no other choice," Green Ox exclaimed. The way he looked at Entienda was somewhat different. This brat really knew how to stir up trouble, provoking such a great sage. Unless he called back the old master, there was no way to protect him. Crack! The 7-colored light fell on Entienda's body, forming a 7-colored cage that immediately suppressed him to the ground. His entire body cracked, revealing his white bones and red blood. It was a shocking sight. "You forced me to do this." Entienda gritted his teeth. Today's setback had caused his originally aloof attitude to fall to the bottom of the valley. It was as if a high and mighty god had suddenly fallen to the mortal world. "You should have been prepared to fail in the battle for the Emperor's path." Zhou Tong stood in the void calmly, like a god who had transcended the 9 heavens. His entire body was surrounded by 7-colored light. "You forced me to this extent. Today I've used all my trump cards." Even a great sage can't save you. Tienda's voice was cold. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. Purple chi filled the sky, intimidating the six paths. The purple chi between heaven and earth was hazy, causing the stars to collapse and the void to shatter. In the distance, the sect leader's expressions changed drastically. Some of the sect leaders who were closer to him began to crack and fell to the ground. Their minds were about to collapse. Emperor's aura. Could it be that Tienda has an emperor weapon or a great emperor formation diagram? Emperor's aura, it's really an emperor's aura. Even if it's not a great emperor, it's at least a boundary emperor. Tienda's trump card is beyond imagination. Tienda has never revealed it. It seems like it's not an emperor weapon or a formation diagram. It should be a forbidden weapon refined by a boundary emperor. Although in a sense it's more terrifying than an emperor weapon, it can't be used many times. Although the maximum power of an emperor weapon was strong, one must at least have the strength of a boundary emperor to activate it to its limit. However, a forbidden weapon was different. Although it could only be used a limited number of times, if its power was completely unleashed, it could unleash an emperor-level attack without consuming any of the user's energy. The sect leaders who were further away could not help but be shocked. Tienda actually had such a powerful weapon in his hands. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge. With such a supreme treasure in his hands, no wonder he was not afraid of a great sage's aura. No wonder he was not afraid of facing a great sage after the battle. Chapter 294. Quasi-Emperor Forbidden Weapon. Zhou Tong's expression darkened. This was definitely a quasi-emperor forbidden weapon left behind by Laozi. So you have a quasi-emperor forbidden weapon. No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhou Tong also understood where Tienda's confidence came from. The world of cultivation was like an unfathomable ocean. As long as one had a little understanding of the world of cultivation, they would not be too arrogant or high-profile. What kind of people were those who were truly arrogant and high-profile? In the Big Dipper, Ji Haoyue was arrogant and high-profile because he had the Ji family and the Void Mirror behind him. The Alcade Sage was arrogant because he had the Alcade Sage and the black gold dragon-patterned cauldron behind him. On the Ancient Star Path, the Tyrant was arrogant because he had the Lunar Emperor's divine obsession. Yi Fan was arrogant because he had the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal cauldron. In fact, all arrogant people had at least one trump card that others could not hope to have. Those who were arrogant because they had no trump cards were really tired of living. Zhou Tong was the same. The great sage weapon in his hand, the diamond carving, was a real great sage. Therefore, he could be arrogant and high-profile. What right did Tienda have to be arrogant and high-profile? Just because of the Angel Ox King's clone in his hand? A mere Great Success King's clone with only 2 hours of battle power did not have the right to be arrogant in the Ziwei Star Zone. The Ziwei Star Zone was not the Big Dipper. In terms of the cultivation world, the Big Dipper was far inferior to the Ziwei Star Zone. The Ziwei Star Zone had a lot of Great Success Kings on the surface. However, the Big Dipper's experts on the surface were only Great Sage expert. Now, Zhou Tong knew that Tienda's arrogance came from the quasi-emperor forbidden weapon left behind by Laozi. Zhou Tong, you think you're invincible just because you have a great sage protecting you? Today, I'll let you know that a great sage is not invincible. The inheritance of the 8 Visions Palace is far beyond your imagination. Tienda's expression was ferocious as he looked at Zhou Tong with hatred. At this time, the others also came to a realization. The old man riding a bull, who had come to the Ziwei Segmentum, was actually an invincible quasi-emperor. No matter what era it was, there would always be legends about emperors, but who had ever seen one? However, it was now confirmed that the old man who had left the 8 Visions Palace behind was a supreme quasi-emperor. This matter instantly caused a huge commotion. Do you think you are the only one with a quasi-emperor forbidden weapon? Zhou Tong took a deep breath and grabbed with his right hand. Immediately, a Buddha image appeared in his palm and he activated it. Hum, ma and I, pad, me, hum. The Buddhic light illuminated everything. After that, a Buddhic roar rang out, causing the flesh and blood of everyone to tremble. Their bones and primordial spirits trembled as Buddhic chants resonated from their immortal foundations. Even the stars in the sky were trembling. Strands of emperors' might emanated from the Buddhist voice, causing one's soul to tremble. This was Shakyamuni's quasi-emperor forbidden artifact. It was the most precious treasure Zhou Tong had obtained from the great Thunderclap Temple on Mars other than the seed of Bodhi. Back in the Big Dipper fire domain, Zhou Tong had relied on this Buddha image to get close to the immortal fire. Now, he could only rely on this item to fight against the quasi-emperor forbidden artifact that Laozi had left for his successor. Heavens, another quasi-emperor forbidden artifact! A sect master exclaimed as he looked at Zhou Tong in shock. At the same time, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Fortunately, they did not awaken the most deeply slumbering foundation of their sect. Otherwise, they would all die in the face of a quasi-emperor forbidden artifact. Damn, the little overlord actually has such a forbidden artifact? Daozu fighting the Buddha? Pangbo was dumbfounded. Two gigantic figures stood proudly in the void. At this moment, the great Tao rumbled between heaven and earth. On one side was the quasi-emperor Laozi's forbidden artifact, while on the other side was the quasi-emperor Shakyamuni's forbidden artifact. The battle between the two quasi-emperor forbidden artifacts was equivalent to the battle between the two quasi-emperors. Boom! At this moment, the supreme aura that belonged to a supreme being permeated the air. It was as if it had traveled through time and space countless years ago to descend upon the earth. Everyone was terrified. The power of the quasi-emperors was fighting, and a terrifying force circulated from the collision. The terrifying might of the quasi-emperors reappeared in the world. Even if they tried their best to revive the sacred weapon to resist the remnant force of the collision, it was difficult to resist the trembling that came from the heart and soul. Although it was only a forbidden weapon refined by two quasi-emperors, the pressure it contained was unimaginable. Even the entire Ziwei segmentum was shaken at this moment, let alone the many sect masters present who could not withstand it. All the cultivators in Ziwei were trembling, and their bodies were cold. Many people were covered in cold sweat and their clothes were wet. This kind of confrontation was too terrifying. The world was suffocating and filled with a strong sense of oppression. It was as if a great emperor had been resurrected. In the Sun God sect, clang! The sound of the bell spread throughout the Sun God sect. The entire sect trembled, and the entire divine land shone with golden light. It was as if a god had descended here, and the scene was shocking. Buzz! The imperial weapon left behind by the Sun Saint Emperor suddenly awakened, and a vast pressure flowed out. Strands of immortal light bloomed, protecting the territory of the Sun God sect, protecting the last descendant of the Sun Saint Emperor. Rumble! Where the eight profound mountain was, the world trembled. A great Buddha and a peaceful and natural old man appeared in the void at the same time, facing each other. This was the battle between Laozi and Shakyamuni. It was a different kind of contest. Everyone was trembling with fear. They felt an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if two supreme existences were facing each other head-on, and they were about to fight a big battle. Rumble, shocking collisions occurred continuously. Zhou Tong and Yin Tiando were both coughing up blood. Even though they were protected by their respective forbidden artifacts, they were not completely immune to this kind of imperial power. All kinds of light danced around them. Those were the fragments of Tao that were collapsing, shaking the world. Buzz! In the end, the phantoms of Shakyamuni and Laozi dimmed and were about to disappear together. The Boundary Emperor forbidden artifacts in the hands of Zhou Tong and Yin Tianda were also full of cracks and were about to collapse completely. Yin Tianda is going to win. Some of the sect leaders showed a hint of joy. They could clearly see that the Great Buddha's phantoms were fading faster. Obviously, the Great Buddha's forbidden artifact had been used once before, and its power had weakened a lot. It could not withstand Yin Tianda's forbidden artifact. Rumble! Finally, the phantoms of Shakyamuni and Laozi's forbidden artifact in Yin Tianda's hands collapsed at the same time. However, Laozi's forbidden artifact still lasted a bit longer. The purple gas that covered the sky instantly spread towards Zhou Tong. It's the fire domain. Zhou Tong used some of the power of his forbidden artifact in the fire domain, so he lost to Yin Tianda's forbidden artifact. Yi Fan had experienced that scene personally, so he knew very well. This is the last bit of power of a Boundary Emperor. Even if the diamond carving can withstand it, I'm afraid it will be seriously damaged. Fairy Zixia, who was next to Yi Fan, had a rough guess in her heart. The tyrant body of the heavens is going to disappear in the end. Even if it's the last bit of power of a Boundary Emperor, even if it's an arrow at the end of its flight, it's not something that a great sage can protect. Unless that great sage is willing to be seriously injured to save him. Many sect leaders were overjoyed. The ruler of Vile Men Valley was finally going to die. Chapter 295. Boom! Just as everyone was anticipating Zhou Tong's death or the destruction of the diamond carving, a majestic sacred cauldron suddenly appeared. Crimson flames shot up into the sky and shone brilliantly. A surge of Emperor's aura erupted once again. The immortal flames were vigorous and boiling. An extreme aura flickered and instantly broke through the last bit of power of the Quasi-Emperor forbidden weapon. This was the divinely fire cauldron, the weapon of Emperor Eternal Universe. Although it did not become an Emperor weapon due to its material, it was now considered a peak Quasi-Emperor weapon after being reforged by Emperor Eternal Universe. Its power was limitless. Now that it had fully awakened, it lit up the sky. Even the sun that had just risen from the horizon could not compete with it. An Emperor weapon? Does Ziwei have a second Emperor weapon other than the Emperor weapon of the Sun Saint Emperor? Everyone was shocked when they felt the terrifying Emperor's aura. This Emperor's aura alone was far more powerful than the Quasi-Emperor weapons of Laozi and Shakyamuni. Since ancient times, there have been very few people who had attained Tao. Which Emperor's weapon is this? This looks a little like Emperor Eternal Universe. That's right, it's definitely Emperor Eternal Universe's weapon. A sect master immediately reacted with a hint of shock in his eyes. Emperor Eternal Universe was originally from the Ziwei segmentum. He was born in the Ziwei segmentum and had returned there after attaining Tao. Many people in the Ziwei segmentum knew about Emperor Eternal Universe's weapon. Heavens, could it be that Zhou Tong is also the successor of the Eternal Universe Great Emperor? Everyone could not help but grit their teeth. They were filled with hatred. Jiang Hengyu, that bastard. Although he was born in the Ziwei segmentum, he had never brought any benefits to the Ziwei segmentum. He had only left behind countless disasters. After attaining Tao, he had only returned once. In the end, he had forged the goddess cauldron for the path of carnal desires. In the end, this cauldron had brought countless disasters to the Ziwei segmentum. The successor of the path of carnal desires had used this cauldron to capture all the beauties in the Ziwei segmentum. Saintesses and princesses could not escape. All the beauties' Tao hearts collapsed and they became women of desire. Damn, how many tens of thousands of years has it been? Now, there's another Vile Men Valley? Jiang Hengyu, can't you treat your hometown a little better? Little Yezi, is that really the Jiang family's Eternal Universe furnace? Pang Bo asked via voice transmission. It can't be that little tyrant had secretly used that coffin lid to take away the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace, right? Isn't he a little too bold? How dare he do such a thing? Pang Bo still remembered that when Zhou Tong was in Big Dipper, he had used the power of the diamond carving and the three-world coffin to suppress Jili Tu for a short period of time. He subconsciously wondered if Zhou Tong had hidden it from them and secretly used the coffin lid to suppress the eternal universe furnace. It can't be the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace. Weren't we with him during that time? It doesn't make sense that we didn't know anything about him doing such a big thing. It should be a replica. It does look like it, and it even has the aura of extreme Tao. But I keep feeling that something isn't right. Yi Fan frowned. Imitation? I remember that little tyrant is quite skilled at counterfeiting. It's not the first time he has imitated an emperor weapon. He even imitated the bell of no beginning in front of us. Pang Bo continued. But it's a little strange. The emperor weapon he imitated should be just for show. How could it really withstand the residual power of a quasi-emperor? As he spoke, Pang Bo himself was not very confident. Yi Fan did not say much. His brows were tightly knitted as he stared at the divine fire furnace in the sky. At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes were somewhat gloomy, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Yin Sai, Yin I've already promised this fellow to spare you once. But since you've used up one of my trump cards, there's no way I'll spare you. Puff. Zhou Tong casually crushed Yin with a palm. Without waiting for his body to reassemble, he directly used the diamond carving. With a gentle brush of seven-colored light, Yin Tianda's body and primordial spirit were instantly collected. Impossible. You've forcefully probed my primordial spirit. I'll immediately self-destruct. Even a great saint won't be able to obtain anything. Yin Tianda immediately threatened. There was still a sacred weapon hidden in his primordial spirit that could buy him some time to self-destruct. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Yin Tianda, who had dominated the world, had come to an end just like that. However, there were also countless people who had a strange divine light in their eyes. Yin Tianda's sea of consciousness was definitely a huge treasure trove. Just the quasi-emperor scripture alone was no small matter, not to mention the many extremely terrifying remarkable abilities that were hidden in it. But now all of this was about to collapse. Everything was gone. It's just a sacred weapon. Do you really think you can be so presumptuous in front of a true great saint? Zhou Tong chuckled. Wisps of immortal mist filled the interior of the diamond carving. Seven-colored immortal light condensed and turned into a seven-colored immortal sword. It split Yin Tianda's primordial spirit and exposed the sacred weapon hidden in his primordial spirit before suppressing it. Then, it automatically extracted the mysteries of the scripture in Yin Tianda's divine sense. Wisps of crimson divine light flew up. Those were Yin Tianda's divine sense, whose essence was constantly being extracted by the power of the diamond carving. Zhou Tong quickly browsed through Yin Tianda's memories. Yin Tianda is really lucky. The more he looked, the more Zhou Tong felt that Yin Tianda's luck was too good, too good. He was originally a weak independent cultivator, but when he first set foot in the cultivation world, he accidentally entered a phoenix's nest left behind from the ancient times. He obtained the phoenix's blood to temper his body, and he also obtained the Sun Sutra's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and Four Extremities, as well as several secret techniques. Later, an ancient cave residence appeared. He was lucky enough to obtain a Carefree Immortal Sutra's Four Extremes Scroll, Dragon Transformation Scroll, and Immortal Platform Scroll, as well as some secret technique. He did not lack scriptures and secret techniques, nor did he lack divine objects to build his foundation. Coupled with his own talent and comprehension, he started to become a peerless genius and defeated all his peers in the Ziwei segmentum. After that, he entered the Taiqing realm's buying palace and obtained Laozi's inheritance, the Tao Te Ching. This was also Yin Tianda's most important opportunity. It was also the only complete sutra that he had obtained. In the next 10 years of seclusion, he had been comprehending the secret of Tao severing while using the Tao Te Ching to rebuild his foundation until he reached Tao severing. Yin Tianda's life is also a life of cheating. Zhou Tong roughly browsed through Yin Tianda's memories and understood everything about him. But Laozi's scripture is already somewhat different from the Tao Te Ching. He has embarked on a different path from Lord Daoda. Although Zhou Tong only had the first volume of the Tao Te Ching, when he compared the first volume of the Tao Te Ching with the first volume of the Tao Te Ching, he found that the two scriptures were obviously different. Moreover, the Tao Te Ching's conception was far-reaching, and the content of the scripture was no less than that of the Tao Te Ching. Although the content of the two scriptures was extremely similar. Chapter 296. As expected of a new life form formed from the celestial venerate's corpse. To be able to comprehend such a terrifying scripture at the quasi-emperor level, it's not inferior to a real emperor's scripture. However, since he had such insights, why didn't he attain Tao? Zhou Tong was a little puzzled. Not only Heavenly Venerate Daoda, but even Heavenly Venerate Duanda had cultivated to a different realm at most in each lifetime and had not triggered the Great Emperor Tribulation. Is it because they can't transcend the Great Emperor Tribulation on the path of accumulating samsara seals? Or is it because once they transcend the tribulation, it's equivalent to letting their accumulation go to waste, and they won't be able to recover their memories of the past and become a new person? Zhou Tong stood quietly in the void, constantly thinking about the samsara seal's path to immortalhood. Is it wrong to give up the samsara seals and walk the path of becoming a war immortal? Sometimes, he would also wonder if it was wrong to give up the samsara seals for the illusory path of becoming a war immortal. The path of the samsara seals had been proven to be a righteous path to becoming an immortal, but the path of becoming a war immortal had not been proven. Many people had walked the path of becoming a war immortal. Generations of overlord bodies and the sacred battle emperor had all walked it, and perhaps some emperors and ancient emperors in history had also walked this path, but without exception all of them had failed. Even the invincible heavenly emperor Huang had failed on the path of becoming a war immortal. However, the path of the samsara seals was different. Duanda had personally walked this path, and it was a supreme righteous path that could completely complete the path of becoming an immortal. Even Heavenly Emperor Huang had borrowed the power of the samsara seals when he became an immortal king. The path of the samsara seals is also a supreme righteous path. However, I really don't dare to walk it. Zhou Tong also had many concerns in his heart. Even though Zhou Tong had a supreme treasure like the samsara mirror and could easily accumulate samsara seals, he still felt that there would be some hidden dangers in his heart. To be precise, it was not a hidden danger, but Zhou Tong himself was not sure if he could still be considered himself if he used this method to transform into an immortal. He also did not know if there would be any other changes in him. In Zhou Tong's knowledge, people would change, and as they experienced more and more things, they would also slowly change. However, this change was the result of his own experiences and thoughts, and not because of other things. Using something like the seal of samsara to transform, he wasn't sure if there would be any changes to his body. The uneasiness before the Tao severing stage? Or was it another test and temptation from the heavens and earth? Or is the demon in my heart messing with my Tao heart? Suddenly, Zhou Tong seemed to have realized something, and his eyes gradually became firm. After coming to this world and realizing the nature of this world, Zhou Tong had always felt a sense of urgency. From the very beginning, he had achieved many things that countless people could only dream of. For example, he had formed 10 heavens of the same size, arranged an emperor formation in each of the heavens, cultivated both the extreme yin and extreme yang, actively promoted the further growth of the tyrant body, and incorporated the runes of the 10 ferocious 10 treasured techniques into the heaven-shrouding technique system. However, Zhou Tong knew very well that all of these achievements were actually achieved by standing on the shoulders of others. The 10 heavens were because he had the cultivation memories of the Huangtian Emperor's grand disciple, and directly followed the path of others. For example, cultivating both the extreme yin and extreme yang was directly through the Kuan Peng treasured technique to obtain the answer to the fusion of yin and yang. For example, actively promoting the growth of the tyrant body was relying on the indestructible heaven skill of Emperor Ruthless. For example, incorporating the runes of the 10 ferocious 10 treasured techniques into the heaven-shrouding technique system was completely based on the experience of the Huangtian Emperor. Along the way, when he was cultivating, he had never been confused, because all of these roads had been verified by others, and he was walking on a broad road. However, the road of a war immortal was different. This was a road that countless people in the past had not been able to walk on. Therefore, Zhou Tong was also confused and hesitant from time to time. No problem, there will be no problem with the path that I have chosen. Since I have decided on the road of a war immortal, I must not give up. Since there has never been a precedent, then I will be the world's first war immortal. Zhou Tong said to himself again and made up his mind. His eyes gradually sharpened, and a ray of light appeared. His bloodline awakened, and it actually carried a primitive battle intent. The confusion in his heart was also swept away by the surging battle intent in his body. Battle. This was the power imprinted in the tyrant body of the firmament. There was no one with this kind of physique who did not like to fight. It was precisely because of this that it was domineering, and it was called the tyrant's blood. Boom. At this moment, Zhou Tong was like the most powerful war god that had awakened. His blood and qi surged, and his battle intent soared to the heavens. It was incomparably high, and it was as if he wanted to tear the world apart and destroy it. At this moment, he seemed to be invincible. Standing in the god-forbidden domain, his battle intent surged, and his blood and qi surged. A terrifying domain formed around him, and everything was about to be suppressed by his battle intent. The purest and most terrifying battle intent surged in all directions, tearing everything apart. Near the 8 profound mountain, all the sect masters and divine kings could not help but change their expressions greatly. They felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. No, it was even more terrifying than a quagmire. It was simply an abyss. An incomparably terrifying monster was staring at them, directly looking into their hearts. It was roaring, and it was incomparably malevolent. It let out a deafening roar, and it was terrifying to the soul. That kind of domineering aura that looked down disdainfully on all heroes under the heavens. Even some great success kings could not help but slightly turn their heads, not daring to look directly at it. It had nothing to do with cultivation. This was an invincible aura that reached directly into one's heart. It was like a war god, invincible and undefeatable. This kind of aura was like the pressure of Mount Tai and raging waves, unstoppable. True confidence was accumulated from one victory after another. A true Tao heart was strengthened from one's self-reflection and reflection. A true general aura was cultivated from one's strength after another. Everything else was fake. Zhou Tong's previous confidence, Tao heart, and general aura were actually fake. They were all forced by him, and there was a trace of emptiness. However, the enlightenment this time had completely stabilized his confidence, Tao heart and general aura, turning into true confidence, Tao heart and general aura. The general aura has been formed. After a great success, King sensed that his heart was wavering. He was immediately shocked. He already knew that in the entire Z-Wei galaxy, there was no one who could stop this man's invincible general aura. Moreover, this man had an unknown great saint behind him, and even the suspected Emperor weapon of the Eternal Universe Great Emperor was in his hands. Who could deal with him? Even if countless ancient sects and divine dynasties called out their trump cards, they would definitely not be able to break this general aura. Could it be that they had to go to the Sun God sect to borrow the Emperor weapon? Countless sect masters shook their heads sadly. Thinking of the situation when this man was born, the short-lived Sun God Emperor back then was probably closely related to him. Perhaps this man was also related to the Sun God sect. How could the Sun God sect lend the Emperor weapon to deal with him? But how would they deal with him without using the Emperor weapon? If we can't stop him, then we'll help him along. The sovereign sect's master of the Moon Palace had a flash of inspiration, and he glanced at I Ching-wu, who stood not too far away from him. Our Zi-Wei divine dynasty missed the rise of the Eternal Universe Great Emperor all those years ago. Our Zi-Wei divine dynasty missed the opportunity when the Sun God sect was reborn a few years ago. This time, we can't miss such an invincible existence. The Emperor of the Zi-Wei divine dynasty felt a slight sense of urgency in his heart. He had a premonition that Zhou Tong and Unveil Valley would be highly sought after by the Zi-Wei galaxy for a very long time in the future. If he was too late, then he might miss this opportunity again. Chapter 297. On this day, the entire Zi-Wei segmentum shook. Zhou Tong's name spread throughout the entire Zi-Wei segmentum. He had defeated Yin Tianda, who was known as the #1 outstanding talent in the world. Furthermore, he had defeated Yin Tianda. His name spread throughout the world. This was simply a storm, stirring up endless winds and clouds. Evil Men Valley, which all the ancient sects and divine dynasties in the Zi-Wei segmentum originally viewed as an enemy, instantly became the most popular place in the entire Zi-Wei segmentum. In a sense, the situation in the entire Zi-Wei segmentum changed. An unstoppable young prime rose up, making all the ancient sects and divine dynasties in the Zi-Wei segmentum want to seize the opportunity to invest. They already viewed Zhou Tong as the only unparalleled outstanding talent in the world who could prove his Tao. At the same time, Zhou Tong returned to Evil Men Valley. He completely sealed off Evil Men Valley and activated all the heavenly source divine formations and arch formations. Countless ancient sects and divine dynasties came to visit him with goodwill, but they were all blocked outside. In a closed-door cultivation room in the central hall of Evil Men Valley, Zhou Tong swallowed a sage herb that looked like a ginseng fruit. His life force immediately flourished. At the same time, waves of innate essence rushed into Zhou Tong's body from Evil Men Valley. They were accompanied by waves of nirvana divine flame and phoenix cries. Zhou Tong's entire body became transparent. Yin Tianda was Yin Tianda, after all. He was 3 cultivation levels higher than Zhou Tong. Even though he won this battle, Zhou Tong was severely injured. This was especially so when he escaped the divine restriction midway. He had nearly died at Yin Tianda's hands. In this battle, Zhou Tong's injuries were extremely severe. They were even more severe than when he fought against GZ. Before swallowing the ginseng fruit sage herb, Zhou Tong had already eaten a silver moon sage herb and a heart-like sage herb. He had also refined a 3-meter-long Fusang divine tree branch and a large bowl of divine spring liquid. After a long time, the nirvana divine flame finally dissipated. Zhou Tong opened his eyes again. I used another 3 sage herbs. I don't have many sage herbs left. Zhou Tong sighed softly. Ever since he had obtained 26 sage herbs, he had used 15 fruits to temper his body and refine his bones. He had used 1 to break through to the immortal foundation mystic realm. After the battle with Himiko, he had used 2 more to heal his injuries. Now, he had used 3 more to heal his injuries. Out of the 26 sacred medicines, only 5 were left. There was only 1 sun saint herb that represented physique, 2 small cauldron saint herbs that represented bones, 1 flying bird Saint Herb that represented blood transformation, and 1 8 trigram Saint Herb that represented Tao pattern. He's fighting someone 3 levels above him. Especially with the difference between Immortal 2 and Immortal 3, it's still a little difficult. Tienda is indeed the only person in the original work who dares to fight Yi Fan. He's still a little arrogant in this battle. If I didn't have the sage herbs from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, I would have to recuperate for at least 10 years after this battle, Zhou Tong thought. Tienda was not weak. He was mentioned in the original work. Other than Yi Fan, he was the only one who had entered the divine restriction in Immortal 2. The others, including the celestial tyrant body in the starry sky, had not entered the divine restriction in the sage realm. The other sovereigns and princes could only enter the divine restriction in Immortal 3. However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple clouds flowed. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it, Tao injury! Zhou Tong activated the Immortal Phoenix treasured technique and the Tyrant Bell in his Immortal Foundation. Dang! With the sound of the bell, purple clouds flowed. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, flowers, birds, fish, and insects appeared, protecting Zhou Tong and stabilizing his injured body. My tyrant ancestral body is not perfect. If I want to truly display the power of this move, I need to reach the quasi-emperor stage and thoroughly study my bloodline and physique. Zhou Tong thought. The tyrant ancestral body was extremely powerful. However, if he wanted to truly display this move, he needed to reach the quasi-emperor stage and thoroughly study the law and profound meaning in his bloodline. Zhou Tong cultivated the chaotic ancient technique. When he was in the blood movement realm, he automatically imprinted the profound meaning of the 10 ferocious treasured techniques into his blood. Therefore, he could barely display a little of the tyrant ancestral body's divine power. During this battle, I was forced to use the incomplete tyrant ancestral body, so I have a Tao injury. I must return to the Big Dipper path of immortalization as soon as possible, perfect my divine form and tyrant ancestral body, and cultivate a second strand of immortal qi. Otherwise, my Tao injury will be difficult to heal. It was very simple to heal this kind of Tao injury. He just needed to cultivate a second strand of immortal qi. The reason for this kind of Tao injury was that when Zhou Tong used the tyrant ancestral body, he borrowed his incomplete 6 divine forms into one move. As long as he perfected the 6 divine forms into one, his Tao injury would definitely be healed. It is imperative to return to the Big Dipper. Without the environment of the path of immortalization, it is impossible to cultivate a second strand of immortal qi. Zhou Tong stood up and left the palace. Evil Men Valley. Although the valley was called Evil People, and the people it housed were all evil people, the negative karma of these people had been completely taken away by Zhou Tong. Their mental wills had also been purified, as though they had completely changed into another person. The Evil Men Valley was now filled with peace and tranquility. Some people sat quietly under the trees and chanted sutras. Some people lay on the bluestone to rest. There were also people quietly taking care of the flowers and plants in the valley. The entire valley was harmonious, auspicious, and sacred. There was not a trace of killing intent. It's about time to bid farewell to this place. Zhou Tong looked at the Evil Men Valley and made up his mind. Although this Evil Men Valley was built by him, Zhou Tong's purpose of building this place was only to take in some evil people and take away their karma. Shakyamuni's sutra had such a method. Shakyamuni had also used the karma of his believers to temper his golden body. Yi Fan and the others are here? Zhou Tong's hands continuously moved in the air a few times. Immediately, a gap appeared in the formation of the Evil Men Valley, allowing Yi Fan and the others to enter. This is the Evil Men Valley? The Evil Men Valley has actually become like this? The moment they entered, Yi Fan and the others were immediately shocked. Ever since the Evil Men Valley was established, they had not come here since then. Little Overlord, you can't have really joined the Buddhist sect, right? Why are the auras of these people so similar to those Baldies in the Buddhist sect? Pang Bo was a little puzzled and shocked. I passed down one of Shakyamuni's sutras, and they all turned over a new leaf. Zhou Tong said softly, although my Evil Men Valley accepts all the evil people in the world, it is not a paradise for the evil people to live freely. Instead, it is a place for the evil people to turn over a new leaf. However, I won't be able to stay as the Valley Master for long. What do you mean? Yi Fan was very puzzled. I want to leave Ziwei and return to Big Dipper. Naturally, I can't continue to preside over the Evil Men Valley, Zhou Tong said. You can return to Big Dipper? Before Yi Fan could say anything, Zi Xia, who was at the side, was immediately shocked. Zhou Tong nodded. Back then, in the starry sky, the ancestral kings on the ship were not completely killed. Instead, one of them was left behind. Now, Big Dipper had been thinking of ways to summon this batch of ancestral kings back. In fact, over the past few years, Zhou Tong had also sensed that the last remaining ancestral king was constantly trembling. It was because he had received Big Dipper's summons that he was like this. He only needed to find a 5-colored altar and use that ancestral king to locate it. Then, he could directly return to Big Dipper. Big Dipper. Zixia calmed down, but she was also a little conflicted. Ever since she had been tricked by Zhou Tong and the others and followed by Yi Fan, she had been in a state of confusion. She wanted to return to her sect and meet her elders, but she was also a little afraid of her sect's attitude. The rule of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground was that sacred maidens could not marry outside the sect. In her current state, how could she face the sect that had nurtured her? Let's go back together. There are some things that we have to face eventually. Yi Fan muttered to himself for a while, exchanged a glance with Zixia, and finally said, If you face it now, you will most likely be in trouble. Zhou Tong said leisurely. Unless Yi Fan, you have cut your Tao, the Purple Mansion's sacred ground will definitely not let you off. Zhou Tong said indifferently. After so many years, you have not given birth to an innate sacred body Tao embryo. You are really useless. If you had given birth to an innate sacred body Tao embryo earlier, when we returned to Big Dipper, I would have taken you directly to find the inheritance of Emperor Wu Shi. At that time, you would be enveloped in the halo of Emperor Wu Shi. To a certain extent, you could even use Emperor Wu Shi's backup plan. The Purple Mansion's sacred ground would not dare to do anything to you. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at the two of them, feeling a little helpless. It was not easy to give birth to an innate sacred body Tao embryo. With such a nature-defying constitution, even if Yi Fan and Zixia worked hard for a few hundred years, they might not succeed. Otherwise, the West Emperor and the Great Sage Body would have been together for at least 10,000 years. Emperor Wu Shi would not have been the only child. Chapter 298. Wu Shi Heavenly Monarch's Trump Card? Yi Fan and Zixia were both shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this. Zhou Tong glanced at the two of them and said, Why do you think I tried so hard to promote the two of you? The No Beginning Sutra left behind by Wu Shi Emperor is a huge stone book. Every page of the book contains a strike of Wu Shi Emperor, but only the innate saintly being can activate it. As long as there is an embryo of innate saint being alive, carrying that book is like carrying a great emperor. In this world, in this starry sky, in this world, he could do whatever he wanted. Who dares to say no? Yi Fan, Zixia, and Pang Bo were completely stupefied. Did Emperor Wu Shi leave something like this behind? Wouldn't he be completely invincible if he obtained this scripture? Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at them. He knew what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. But unfortunately, That method was not for the air to cause trouble everywhere, but to deal with the chaos in the dark. Dark turmoil. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. Other than wanting to take a look at the Infinite Sutra, the most important reason for him to bring Yi Fan and Zixia together was because of the future turmoil in the dark world. As long as there was an embryo of Tao of the Khanate Saint being alive, it would be much easier to activate Emperor Wu Shi's means. In fact, now was the best time to give birth to the embryo of Tao. Because of the birth of the Tao embryo of the Khanate Saint body, he had time to grow. In order to deal with the dark turmoil, it would take more than just an innate saint being Taoist embryo of innate saint being or even a supreme saint to do so. Otherwise, how could he have withstood the power of Emperor Wu Shi? Forget it. The innate divine being of Taoist embryo is not enough. I need to find some other means. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and Zixia for the last time and was speechless. Zhou Tong didn't know why. Maybe it was because he was in the state of divine prohibition, but he was more sensitive than ever before. He had a feeling that the Tao embryo of the born divine being might not be strong enough and stable enough. We can't give birth to the innate saint body Taoist embryo whenever we want. Yi Fan was speechless. He didn't know what to say. However, the cutting Tao you mentioned is quite reliable. Cutting Tao? You're still young. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan. Right now, Yi Fan was still at the 8th level of Immortal Foundation. Back then, when Zhou Tong escaped from the Eye of the Northern Sea, Yi Fan was already at the 8th level of Immortal Foundation. Even after 4 years, there was no growth at all. Little tyrant, just what sort of realm is Cutting Path? Pang Bo asked as well. Not only Yi Fan, Pang Bo and Zixia were also stuck at this level. They were stuck at the 8th heavenly layer of the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. This was a situation they had never encountered in their many years of cultivation. In the past, your cultivation was very smooth. But after so many years, you've been stuck at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation, unable to make any progress. This feeling must be very unbearable, right? Zhou Tong chuckled. But as long as you don't understand what the so-called cutting Tao is, you will never be able to break through to the 9th heavenly layer of the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. This realm is hard to explain in words. You have to understand the cutting Tao yourself before you know what it is. The experiences of our predecessors are only general words like, heaven cuts humanity. Only when you truly feel the heaven cuts humanity, can you step into the 9th heavenly layer of the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. As he spoke, Zhou Tong glanced at little Nana beside Yi Fan. He understood something in his heart. As it turned out, this kind of hurdle that involved everyone's Tao path, even if little Nana was by their side, it would most likely be hard to reach. Little Nana was the Tao fruit of Emperor Ruthless. In the end, she could only speed up the cultivation of her secret art. She couldn't help people break through this cutting Tao hurdle. You guys couldn't have come here just to ask me about the cutting Tao, right? Zhou Tong continued to ask. The Sun God sect wants to see you, Yi Fan said and took out an invitation card. This invitation card. Zhou Tong just received this invitation card and was instantly shocked. This was because he felt an extreme aura from this invitation card. He looked at the corner of the invitation card. There was a stone pagoda imprint on it. The extreme aura was actually bursting forth from this imprint. Back then, did the Sun God Emperor leave something behind in the Sun God sect? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and the others. In these few years, Zhou Tong hadn't been to the Sun God sect. He only knew through some legends that after the Sun God Emperor revived, he had once gone to the Sun God sect and left the Emperor weapon there. However, Yi Fan and the others had visited the Sun God sect before. They definitely knew something. Yi Fan shook his head and said, although we have visited the Sun God sect before, we don't know what the Sun God Emperor left behind after he descended. The Sun God sect didn't explain to us. We only know that after the Sun God Emperor brought us to the Tang Valley in the North Sea, he left alone and descended into the Sun God sect. On that day, the entire Sun God sect's golden light soared into the sky as if the sun had descended. The entire Ziwei segmentum was shrouded in the Emperor's might of the Sun God Emperor. But after one day, everything was gone. The world only knows that the Sun God Emperor manifested his Emperor's might, the Emperor weapon of the Sun God sect returned, and the sect was reborn. If you want to know something, you'd better go to the Sun God sect in person and ask the sect leader of the Sun God sect face to face. We don't know why the Sun God sect wants to see you. I understand. Zhou Tong nodded and put away the invitation card. Then he waved his hand and kept drawing in the void. Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately recognized that this was the chessboard formation they saw on the Undying Mountain. "Little Overlord, are you going to go now?" Pang Bo exclaimed. "Do you have any doubts? Now that Yin Tianda is dead, there's no one to control the Grand Pure Realm. If I'm late, I'm afraid 8 Visions Temple will be breached by these people from Ziwei Segmentum," Zhou Tong said indifferently. "I know there's a 5-colored altar in 8 Visions Temple. I can use it to return to Big Dipper. I came out of seclusion to leave this place anyway. I'm just going to the Sun God sect on the way." Zhou Tong finally looked at Yi Fan and Pang Bo and said, "There's no time for you to think about it. The choice is in your hands. If you want to return to Big Dipper, come with me. I can give you a ride. But let me say this first. With your situation, even if you return to Big Dipper, you can only find a place to live in seclusion. If you want to stay in Ziwei Segmentum and don't want to go back, I'll give you the foundation of Vile Valley." With that, Zhou Tong threw out a token. This was the overall control token of all the formations and restrictions in Vile Valley. Obtaining this token was equivalent to controlling the core of the entire Vile Valley. "You really don't want this foundation anymore? Now that Vile Valley is so famous in the Ziwei Segmentum, it's all because of you." Pang Bo was a little surprised. "I don't care so much, and I don't have the mood to manage these people. It's too boring." Zhou Tong shook his head, not caring about this foundation at all. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Chapter 299. "I'll go back to Big Dipper with you." Yi Fan muttered to himself for a moment, then took Xia's hand and made up his mind. "Forget about me. I'll stay in Ziwei." Pang Bo thought for a moment and finally shook his head. "In Big Dipper, I'm like a rat crossing the street. I'm more free in the Ziwei Segmentum." "Pang Bo, you." Yi Fan didn't expect him to make such a choice, but he didn't force him. "I believe that when I reach the end of my cultivation, I'll definitely be able to travel across the starry sky. Let's meet again in the future." Pang Bo made up his mind and said to Yi Fan. At the same time, he didn't take Zhou Tong's token and said, "Little Overlord, your Vile Valley's name is too unpleasant. I don't want to take over such a territory. You can give it to whoever you want." "As you wish." Zhou Tong casually tossed the token to a cultivator who was meditating in the distance. For the time being, he would pass on the Vile Valley's legacy. Anyway, he had casually created the Vile Valley. It didn't matter if it was destroyed. "Although I won't go back to Big Dipper with you, I'm also very curious about the Sun God sect. Let's go and take a look," Pang Bo said as he followed Zhou Tong and the others onto the chessboard's array pattern. Traveling through the void, the few of them quickly arrived at the Sun God sect's mountain gate from the Vile Valley. Although the place where the Sun God sect was located was only a few hundred miles in radius, it was like a sacred pure land. Clouds rose, golden mist flowed, and divine mountains floated in the sky. The Sun God sect has indeed declined. Zhou Tong looked at the mountain gate and sighed softly. In Big Dipper, whether it's the Jiang family or the Ji family, which have produced great emperors, their main families occupy at least 100,000 miles in radius. Fairy Xia also shook her head. As the saintess of the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, she was the most qualified to judge the strength of a sacred ground. However, the scriptures of the Sun God sect have been completed. Coupled with the return of the Sun God Emperor's imperial weapon, the Sun God sect has become stronger. Yi Fan looked at the Sun God sect and said, "Let's go." Zhou Tong didn't say anything and immediately walked towards the gate of the Sun God sect. "Who is it?" When they arrived at the mountain gate, a few young disciples rushed out and shouted loudly. In the past few years, the Sun God sect had indeed been recovering, and they had recruited many talented people. However, they had only been in the sect for a short period of time, less than 10 years. Currently, the one with the highest cultivation base had barely broken through to the 4 extreme secret realm. Zhou Tong didn't say anything, but took out the invitation of the Sun God sect. Those people's faces immediately relaxed, and soon an old man flew out from the mountain gate. "Honored guests, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Please come in." This old man was very enthusiastic. He had already recognized Zhou Tong and his group. Not long ago, he was the one who had passed the invitation to Yi Fan and his group. Zhou Tong nodded and followed the old man into the Sun sect. As soon as they came in, they immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially those young disciples who had just been in the sect for a few years. They looked at Zhou Tong and his group with hope and envy in their eyes. Today's Sun God sect is full of vitality. Zhou Tong also felt the vitality of the young people here. This was a sect re-established by the Sun God Emperor. The potential of the sect was unlimited, and there were not too many elders to criticize. Therefore, the whole sect seemed to be full of vitality, with a kind of thriving vitality. Everyone was full of hope for the future of the Sun God sect. This kind of spiritual appearance was not seen in those sects that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, where all the rules were fixed and all the passages were clear. The Sun God sect's territory was not too vast. Although there were several sacred mountains floating in the sky, there were not many of them. The old man led Zhou Tong and his group to the most central floating island in the Sun God sect's encampment. This island was the most important place of the Sun God sect. Ordinary disciples could not get close to it at all. Only the higher-ups of the Sun God sect were qualified to get close to it and even cultivate here. As soon as he came to the island, Zhou Tong felt an unfathomable aura. The aura of the Sun Emperor Pagoda. The Sun God Emperor's imperial weapon is here. Zhou Tong was no stranger to this kind of aura. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of a hall on the island. His black hair was loose, his eyes were clear, his figure was tall, and his steps were majestic. At first glance, one could tell that he had been in a high position for a long time. His eyes were deep, and there were wisps of golden clouds all over his body, like a small sun. There was also a kind of terrifying aura of extreme yang flowing around him. He walked out of the hall to greet Zhou Tong and his group. Beside him were 2 children, a boy and a girl. The girl was a little older, about 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her hair was flying. She was like a large porcelain doll carved from jade. Her eyes were like water, and her temperament was ethereal. As for the boy, he was slightly younger, only about 5 years old. Although he was young, his aura was even more shocking. It was as if there was a sun in his body, incomparably bright, shining on every inch of his flesh and bones. "Greetings, sect leader." Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and the others clasped their hands. The Sun God sect had been in decline for many years, and the sect leader's cultivation base was not high, only at the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. This was after the Sun God Emperor had completed the Sun Sutra for them. If it was before, he probably would not have stepped into the 2nd level of Immortal Foundation. As expected, heroes come from the young. You already have the aura of a young paragon. The Sun sect leader looked at Zhou Tong, his eyes filled with shock. The aura of this young man was too unfathomable. This kind of feeling was like facing the Sun God Emperor. 8 years ago, when the Sun God Emperor came here, he also had this kind of unfathomable, godlike aura. Sect leader, you praise me too much. Zhou Tong did not have the slightest bit of aura, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew that the aura that the Sun sect leader was talking about was actually the state of the divine restriction. Zhou Tong was still in the divine restriction, and he spent most of his time in this state every day. The Sun God sect has many talents, and it will definitely rise again in the future. Zhou Tong looked at the boy and girl beside the Sun sect leader, and he was a little surprised. The little girl was only 8 or 9 years old, but she already had the cultivation of the 4th level. This kind of cultivation speed was already a peerless genius. As for the 5-year-old boy, it was even more shocking. Although he had just started cultivating, his sun-like physique had already manifested itself. This was the same physique as the Sun God Emperor, the Sun physique. This boy and girl should be little Tong Tong and his dead sister in the original work. But in this life, the Sun God Emperor came here and completely changed their family's fate. Zhou Tong roughly understood the cause and effect. Because of his appearance, he had indirectly saved the tragic end of the Sun God Emperor's bloodline. The Sun sect leader also smiled. Praising his children made him happier than praising himself. But sect leader, why did you call me here? Zhou Tong went straight to the point. Chapter 300. With Zhou Tong's straightforward question, the solar hierarch fell silent for a while. He then looked at Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Zixia, and little Nana. You guys talk, we won't disturb you. Yi Fan and the others immediately said and left the floating island. After Yi Fan and the others left, Zhou Tong said, looks like this involves some secrets. The solar hierarch nodded and said, that's right, we didn't call you here, it was the saintly emperor ancestor. We're just following the ancestor's orders. The saintly Sun Emperor? Zhou Tong was shocked. He didn't expect the saintly Sun Emperor to be involved in this matter. Did the saintly Sun Emperor leave behind something related to him after his awakening? Zhou Tong was very curious. 8 years ago, did the saintly Sun Emperor leave behind any last words? Zhou Tong asked. Please follow me. The solar hierarch led Zhou Tong into the palace. After making their way through a palace hall, the two of them finally arrived at the central area of the floating island. There was a stone tower there and several cultivators were seated around the stone tower, cultivating themselves. This tower. Is the saintly Sun Emperor's monarch weapon inside? Zhou Tong looked at the solar hierarch. The solar hierarch nodded and said, the saintly emperor ancestor's arrangements are inside this stone tower. According to the saintly emperor's orders, no one from the solar hierarch is allowed to enter before you come out. As he spoke, the Sun cult leader stood outside and did not move forward. Instead, he signaled for Zhou Tong to enter the stone pagoda alone. I understand. Zhou Tong nodded and walked into the tower. Upon entering inside the stone pagoda, Zhou Tong immediately revealed a trace of surprise. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary stone tower. However, when he entered, he could feel that it was a completely different world. The interior of this stone pagoda was like a small world. Furthermore, there was a golden ocean flowing in the world. It was a golden ocean formed by the most concentrated Sun Saint force. What a rich Sun Saint power! This is definitely the heritage left by the Sun Saint Emperor for the Sun God sect. Seeing this, Zhou Tong understood what the Sun Saint Emperor had done 8 years ago. He left a capital for the Sun God sect to rise. Of course, the Sun God sect hadn't realized this yet. However, after he left here, the Sun God sect would soon notice the extremely rich Sun Saint power. At that time, he would have the complete Sun Sutra, the ocean of Sun Saint energy, and the Emperor weapon to suppress him. Moreover, this was the golden age of cultivation. With so many conditions, the rise of the Sun God sect in 100 years was unstoppable. In the center of the golden ocean, a stone pagoda that was neither big nor small stood proudly. Golden saint energy of the sun flowed on top of it, as if it was creating a new world. Misty golden mist lingered around it, creating a spectacular scene. At the bottom of the stone tower, there was a cuboid wrapped in chaos mist. The coffin of the Sun Saint Emperor? Zhou Tong was shocked when he saw the rectangular object. He was very familiar with it. It was the coffin that contained the body of the Sun Saint Emperor. He had always thought that the coffin was in the rushing current valley, hidden by the Sun Saint Emperor somewhere in the eye of the sea and blocked by a restriction. He didn't expect to see the coffin here again. Buzz! At this moment, the world suddenly trembled and the great Tao roared. The coffin of the Sun Saint Emperor suddenly opened a gap. Suddenly, immortal light shone brightly, illuminating the world. A vast ocean-like power surged. A golden sun appeared, shining in all directions with an aura of supremacy. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the golden sun transformed into a handsome man's figure. He was majestic and awe-inspiring, with his hair draped over his shoulders. This golden sun had actually transformed into the Sun Saint Emperor. Boom! The Sun Saint power surged. Every inch of the Sun Saint Emperor's skin flowed with Sun Saint power. It poured down like a waterfall, drowning the entire world inside the pagoda, causing the Sun Saint Ocean to surge violently. The Stone Emperor's pagoda shook and shone. It landed on the Sun Saint Emperor's palm, and millions of rays of immortal light danced, illuminating eternity. The Sun Saint Emperor? Zhou Tong was shocked. He actually saw the Sun Saint Emperor again. However, he quickly understood. When the Sun Saint Emperor woke up, he left behind a divine consciousness here, just like the Azure Thearka's divine consciousness in the dragon transformation pool in the Qinling Mountains. As long as a certain condition was met, the divine consciousness could be revived. Obviously, the condition for the revival of the Sun Saint Emperor's divine consciousness was him. The Sun Saint Emperor's divine consciousness had been waiting here for him or for the dark chaos. If he could pass the test in the eye of the North Sea, this divine consciousness would be waiting for him. If he couldn't pass the test, the condition for the revival of this divine consciousness should be the dark chaos. Zhou Tong's mind spun slightly, and he roughly guessed some of the Sun Saint Emperor's thoughts. With the help of the Tao Severing Chasm, you want to experience the feeling of Yu Hualong's permanent divine restriction before you reach the Tao Severing Chasm. You're even close to success. You're even more outstanding than I imagined. The Sun Saint Emperor's gaze swept over. Instantly, all of Zhou Tong's thoughts about the Tao Severing Chasm were exposed to the Sun Saint Emperor's eyes. What advice does the Sun Saint Emperor have for me? After recovering from his shock, Zhou Tong calmed down and looked quietly at the Sun Saint Emperor, calmly asking this question. In this life, the most terrifying dark chaos will most likely occur. You don't have much time left. The Sun Saint Emperor spoke again. Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He was very surprised. This kind of thing shouldn't be told to him. To be precise, he hadn't even reached the Tao Severing Chasm yet. He didn't have the right to know these things. What do you mean, Sun Saint Emperor? Before the dark chaos comes, if I can cultivate to the advanced level of the mighty body, I'll naturally do my part. But if I can't cultivate to this level, you should know that I can't do anything about the dark chaos. Zhou Tong said softly. I know. The Sun Saint Emperor nodded. I'm just betting. There's a power in your body that's beyond my understanding. Although I don't know what it is, perhaps it can temporarily revive me when the time comes. Zhou Tong's pupils shrank. The Sun Saint Emperor had sensed the power of the reincarnation mirror? Was it because the Sun Saint Emperor's divine obsession had been awakened by the power of the reincarnation mirror when he was about to possess me? So he placed all his hopes on me? It seems that I've made the right bet. You've also sensed the existence of this power. The Sun Saint Emperor looked at Zhou Tong, and his eyes gradually lit up. The power you've mentioned does exist, but I may not be able to use this power freely at the critical moment. Since the Sun Saint Emperor had sensed a little bit of the power of the reincarnation mirror, he might as well say it openly. It didn't matter to him as long as he didn't expose the core secret. The core secret of the reincarnation mirror could never be exposed. At most, he could only let the Sun Saint Emperor know that he had a power that he couldn't use. But he couldn't tell the Sun Saint Emperor what the nature of this power was. Zhou Tong didn't dare to gamble. Even if the Sun Saint Emperor had a good character and was just, in the face of such a great calamity as the Dark Chaos, he might choose to sacrifice a few people to save the path of the majority. If the Saint Emperor of the Sun knew the true secret of the mirror of samsara, and the Saint Emperor of the Sun chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of all living beings in the world, then Zhou Tong would really be at his wits' end. Killing one person to save the world was not a problem for many people, especially for those big shots who had been praised for thousands of years. It was not a difficult choice. In fact, Zhou Tong had done something similar before. He had tried his best to bring Yi Fan and Zixia together, because in Zhou Tong's view, as long as they could successfully give birth to the innate divine being Taoist fetus, when the path to immortality opened in the future, they could activate Wu Shi the Great's backup and save the world. Then, there would be no problem. And now, Zhou Tong was also afraid of this. He was afraid that the Sun Saint Emperor might make the same choice as him after knowing too much. Although Zhou Tong could understand such a choice, the person who made the choice and the person who was chosen were completely different. After all, he was not a saint who would sacrifice himself for others. Chapter 301. I've already passed away in the passage of time. I can't do anything even if I revive temporarily. I'm just taking a gamble now. The Sun Saint Emperor sighed. I'll be happy if I succeed, but there's nothing I can do if I don't. There was a strong sense of helplessness in his voice. The real Sun Saint Emperor had died long ago. He was just a divine consciousness left behind after a short revival. His power was limited, and he could only make limited arrangements. It was more of a gamble. Since it was a gamble, there would definitely be winners and losers. It even depended on things like probability that couldn't be controlled. I'm willing to work hard for the dark turmoil. Zhou Tong expressed his stance in time. However, since this world is a world that has been deduced by the Emperor and Emperor since ancient times, then this world will also be unprecedentedly brilliant. Even if I have absolute confidence in myself, I may not be able to block some of the Ghost Realm's tricks, let alone the Emperor and Emperor's backup plans. Zhou Tong looked at the Sun Saint Emperor with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The Sun Saint Emperor looked at Zhou Tong and instantly saw through Zhou Tong's thoughts. He waved his hand and the coffin beside him opened. A golden scroll flew out of the coffin. The scroll shone with golden light, and countless runes of the great Tao were engraved on it. It was ancient and mysterious like the deep universe, but also like the great Tao itself. It contained endless killing intent. This is an array diagram? A complete Emperor's array diagram? Zhou Tong stared at the golden divine map. As if thinking of something, he suddenly looked up at the Sun Saint Emperor. The Sun Saint Emperor didn't have such a thing. Otherwise, during the dark turmoil in the original book, the Sun Saint Emperor would have been able to kill Light and Darkness Sovereign with the Emperor's array diagram and Emperor's weapon. Could it be that he had temporarily refined an array diagram to deal with the dark turmoil after the last short revival? Zhou Tong still remembered that the Sun Saint Emperor seemed to be talking to himself at that time. He seemed to have prepared some backup plans to deal with the dark in this world. Could it be this Emperor's array diagram? Unfortunately, the last revival was limited, and the power of this diagram couldn't be raised to the limit. The array diagram couldn't give birth to an array spirit. The Sun Saint Emperor shook his head. He was a little dissatisfied with the array diagram's power. If no array spirit was born in the array diagram, then this array diagram was a dead array formation. There was almost no room for flexibility. Only a spirit formation that had given birth to a spirit formation could be considered to be in existence that was truly comparable to an imperial armament, or even stronger. But even so, it's more than enough to protect you. However, this map was left behind to deal with the chaos in the darkness. Before that, you only have 3 chances to use it. The Holy Sun Emperor casually waved his hand, and the glittering array diagram immediately sank into Zhou Tong's sea of reincarnation. Zhou Tong bowed to the Sun Saint Emperor and said, "Saint Emperor, this junior admires your benevolence." To Zhou Tong, even if it was merely 3 chances, it was already enough. 3 uses of the complete Great Emperor array diagram was equivalent to 3 strikes from a great emperor. He could rely on his own strength and arrangements to deal with the other dangers that might be at the emperor level. As long as he could use these 3 chances in situations that he absolutely could not deal with, it would be absolutely worth it. Don't worry, Saint Emperor. This junior will definitely do his best in the future calamity. Zhou Tong replied in a low voice. But there's one more thing. Zhou Tong looked at the Sun Saint Emperor. What is it? The Sun Saint Emperor asked. The Big Dipper immortalization path is about to open. Many races that have been sealed since ancient times are about to awaken. Most of the trump cards left behind by the great emperor of the human race have been destroyed in the chaos of the darkness. Once the human race is unable to resist the ancient race, the entire Big Dipper human race will be bathed in blood. Zhou Tong summarized the situation of the Big Dipper immortalization. The Sun Saint Emperor glanced at Zhou Tong and said, "Since you have such intentions, I'll give you the Sun Palace and trump cards that I left behind in the Big Dipper immortalization path. However, after countless years, the Sun Palace is most likely damaged. I'll teach you the method to repair it." As he spoke, the Sun Saint Emperor pointed at Zhou Tong's forehead. Instantly, an endless amount of information surged into his mind. It was the complete construction and repair method of the Sun Palace. Now it was all taught to Zhou Tong. "Thank you, Saint Emperor." Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with joy. The Sun Saint Emperor nodded. Then, his figure faded and disappeared completely. It was as if he had never appeared. His monarch weapon also returned to its original position and calmed down. Only the golden formation diagram that sank into Zhou Tong's body proved that everything just now was real. Will the Sun Saint Emperor really be able to revive? Zhou Tong had some doubts in his heart. He sat down and looked at his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. In the Sea of Reincarnation, the other shore was hazy. The Wheel of Life was clear and translucent. The purple Sea of Misery was dazzling. It was difficult to see a trace of death aura. It was filled with an unimaginable vitality. Above the Sea of Misery, there was a faint golden ancient scroll floating quietly. It rotated slowly. Although it was very slow, it had a majestic aura. It was as if it could shatter the heavens and 10,000 worlds. There were also strands of chaotic fog floating with the golden divine light. It was boundless and terrifying. The material of this formation diagram is the Sun Saint Emperor's skin? Zhou Tong looked at the formation diagram carefully and was shocked. The Emperor formation diagram was not something that could be withstood by any material. It was already very impressive for ordinary materials to be able to withstand a corner of the formation diagram. Only immortal materials could withstand the complete emperor formation diagram. Previously, Zhou Tong was still curious. The Sun Saint Emperor had found the materials to refine the formation diagram in such a short period of time after his revival. But now everything was clear. The Sun Saint Emperor did not even let go of his remaining corpse and refined it into a formation diagram in order to deal with the darkness that might appear in the future. He had never thought of being buried in peace. Instead, he still wanted to live with a clear conscience after death. Since this formation diagram was refined from the Sun Saint Emperor's remaining corpse, perhaps it contains the secret of the Sun Saint Emperor's revival. Zhou Tong's divine sense quickly probed into the formation diagram. Strands of Tao patterns intertwined on the ancient scroll. The Tao patterns were too dense and too powerful. Even though the formation acknowledged Zhou Tong and did not cause any harm to him, it still made Zhou Tong tremble in fear during the process of exploration. This formation diagram was refined by the Sun Saint Emperor in a hurry. Its power has not been raised to its peak. If it was a real formation diagram with a formation spirit, its power would probably be countless times stronger than this divine formation diagram. Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the core formation diagram of the 99 Dragon Mountains. The last time he went, Zhou Tong was extremely weak. He could only see strands of formation patterns in the void. But now that he thought about it carefully, the formation patterns that were exposed to his eyes were probably only 1 in 10,000. As he continued to explore the formation diagram, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. He found something in the formation diagram. It was 3 drops of golden blood. Although it was only 3 drops of blood, golden light shot into the sky like 3 golden suns. Terrifying Sun Saint power flowed in all directions, emitting powerful fluctuations. These 3 drops of blood are probably the only 3 drops of blood left behind by the Sun Saint Emperor. Zhou Tong looked at the drop of blood carefully. He felt a vast aura from it, as if there was a god hidden in the 3 drops of blood. God's obsessions. When the Sun Saint Emperor was revived, his god's obsessions did not completely disappear. There was still a trace left behind. The Sun Saint Emperor refined it into these 3 drops of Emperor's blood for the revival of the dark turmoil. Maybe these 3 drops of blood originally contained a trace of insignificant God's soul. That's why they could be revived under the power of faith of all living beings during the dark turmoil in the original work? Zhou Tong completely understood the Sun Saint Emperor's plan at this moment. If Zhou Tong could revive the Sun Saint Emperor, everything would be worth it. If Zhou Tong could not revive the Sun Saint Emperor, then this formation diagram together with the Emperor's weapon could also unleash a terrifying power. The 3 drops of Emperor's blood could even release a trace of the Sun Saint Emperor's battle brand. With the Sun Saint Emperor's arrangements, the chances of the dark turmoil in this life are much higher than in the original work. Zhou Tong silently calculated in his heart. With the Sun Saint Emperor's backup plan, the supremacy of the tyrant body bloodline doesn't need to be born when the dark turmoil in the future. Firstly, the supremacy of the tyrant body will not be born. That means there will be one less source of chaos. Secondly, when facing the Stone Emperor and the others, there will be an additional force to fight. Thirdly, after the dark turmoil is over, the tyrant body bloodline will not be in an embarrassing situation where the whole world condemns it. After obtaining the formation diagram prepared by the Sun Saint Emperor, Zhou Tong's worries about the dark turmoil in his heart were reduced by a small half. Dedicated to his duty, and not willing to die, the Sun Saint Emperor is worthy of admiration. Zhou Tong stood up and bowed to the coffin and the Emperor's pagoda in front of him once again. If the formation diagram and even the blood essence can be preserved after the dark turmoil in the future, I will do my best to save the Saint Emperor. Zhou Tong silently made up his mind. A completely dead person might not necessarily be unable to be revived. As long as he could find the things left behind by Heaven Emperor Huang, there would be hope. If he cultivated to the immortal emperor realm in the future, he might even be able to revive the dead. Chapter 302. Sun God Sect. The sect leader was waiting outside with his son and daughter. Suddenly, the door to the stone pagoda opened and Zhou Tong walked out. Did the Saint Emperor say anything? The Sun God Sect leader immediately asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. However, if you want to know, you can ask the Emperor's pagoda. If the Saint Emperor wishes for you to know, the Emperor's pagoda will definitely tell you." Is that so? The Sun God Sect leader felt a bit regretful. These words were no different from a refusal. If the Saint Emperor wished for them to know what happened, then there was no need to ask the Emperor's pagoda. Zhou Tong would directly tell them. But if the Saint Emperor didn't wish for them to know, then asking the Emperor's pagoda would be useless. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment. Then, he glanced at the Sun God Sect leader Little Tong and his talented little sister and said, "This time, I have received the Saint Emperor's great kindness. I have no way of repaying him, so I'll gift you a small protective technique to express my gratitude." As he spoke, Zhou Tong stretched out his hands and pointed at Little Tong and his big sister's foreheads. Instantly, countless divine chains of order appeared in their minds, turning into a 9-layered Tao diagram that deeply imprinted itself between their eyebrows. 9 esoteric words, Xing esoteric word. Since the ancient Sun God Sect already had the complete Sun True Scripture, then they didn't need to worry about their attack, defense, cultivation, healing, and so on. The Saint Emperor's Tao was only slightly weaker in the aspect of speed. Zhou Tong could be said to have made up for their greatest weakness. In an instant, Little Tong and his little brother were immersed in this divine technique. The 9-layered Tao diagram was simply too profound and mysterious. In an instant, they were completely immersed in it. This matter is over. I won't stay in the ancient Sun God Sect any longer. Farewell. Zhou Tong said one last time. Then, he directly went to the ancient Sun God Sect's reception hall and found Yi Fan and the others. Finally, he left the ancient Sun God Sect and directly crossed the void to the Grand Pure Realm. Zhou Tong had Yin Tianda's memories, so he easily entered the Grand Pure Realm. In front of them, purple qi permeated the air. An ancient tower stood there. It wasn't very grand, but it had an aura that could suppress heaven and earth. Clouds and mist surged. That palace was like an immortal divine palace. There was a type of great Tao aura swirling about, making people feel deep reverence. Grand Pure Realm, 8 Visions Temple. Looking at this small world, Yi Fan inexplicably thought of his hometown. Don't think about it. The 5-colored altar is the most important thing here. Zhou Tong approached the palace. There was no one in the entire Grand Pure Realm. Yin Tianda originally had a younger brother, but after his death, his younger brother immediately abandoned 8 Visions Temple. He knew that it was impossible for him to stop the Z-Wei cultivators who coveted the 8 Visions Temple. The Tao that can be said is not an ordinary Tao. The name that can be named is not an ordinary name. In front of them, this purple palace was like an incense burner. It gave off a purple mist that rose into the air. It had a holy, grand, faraway, and mysterious aura. The palace was full of scriptures that were sparkling and translucent, as if they were going to be branded in the void. It was the scripture that Zhou Tong's group was very familiar with, the Book of Taoism. The Book of Taoism, 8 Visions Temple is indeed the inheritance left behind by Laozi. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were very excited. I wonder if there are any scriptures left behind by Laozi here. There aren't any. After Yin Tianda obtained the scriptures, he destroyed everything. Zhou Tong said softly. He directly opened the door of 8 Visions Temple, according to Yin Tianda's memories. The group immediately walked into 8 Visions Temple. Immediately, a dense aura surrounded them, making them feel comfortable, as if they were bathing in immortal qi. This was a cultivation treasure left behind by Laozi. Cultivating here was faster than anywhere else. This place has half the effects of the Bodhi tree. No wonder Intienda is so strong. Pang Bo sighed. Eight Visions Temple was empty. Other than a stone platform, there was nothing else. It was very quiet. Although there was not a speck of dust, and although they did find some stone books, the contents had long been destroyed by Intienda. But where is the five-colored altar? Yi Fan asked. The five-colored altar is not here. It's underground. Let's go out first and lift this palace up. Then you'll be able to see it. Zhou Tong was the first to leave Eight Visions Temple, followed by Yi Fan and the rest. Who can lift this palace? Pang Bo looked at Eight Visions Temple and was speechless. Even the wisps of purple mist that escaped from Eight Visions Temple were as heavy as 10,000 caddies. One could imagine the weight of this palace. You'll know when you try. With your physique, you might be able to lift it, Zhou Tong said. All right, I'll give it a try. Pang Bo took a deep breath. Veins popped out all over his body as his blood, divine energy, and Tao laws surged. A majestic aura exuded from him and Eight Visions Temple. Gradually, Eight Visions Temple was lifted up by Pang Bo. Unfortunately, with a final boom, Eight Visions Temple fell back to the ground. Just a little bit more. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel pity for Pang Bo. Pang Bo is close to the 8th limit. If he continues to cultivate here for a few more years, it won't be a problem for him to break through to the 8th limit. Zhou Tong nodded. No, I still can't lift it up. It seems like we need at least a second-level Immortal Foundation expert with the strength of an 8th limit to lift Eight Visions Temple. Pang Bo panted at the side. Just now, he had used up almost all of his blood, and divine energy. You might not be able to break through to the 8th limit. It has to be an 8th limit prodigy who specializes in physical strength. If Yi Fan doesn't use Tao laws, he should be able to lift it up with brute force and divine energy. But for me, Zhou Tong shook his head. He walked to the side of Eight Visions Temple and grabbed it. Rise! Zhou Tong shouted. He used the strongest strength of his physical body and truly displayed his most terrifying divine energy. His unparalleled physical body had been tempered by the indestructible scripture. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of divine energy, but his entire body surged with a monstrous amount of blood and energy. At this moment, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Zi Xia involuntarily retreated. Zhou Tong's physical body was simply too terrifying. He actually used brute force to lift Eight Visions Temple with a single hand. Yi Fan and the others were dumbfounded. The tyrant body and the saint body should be on the same level. Why is the little overlord so much stronger than you? Pang Bo looked at Yi Fan. How would I know? He most likely has an emperor-level body tempering technique, and it's the strongest kind. Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. He didn't even use his divine energy. He only used brute force to lift Eight Visions Temple with a single hand? Boom! Eight Visions Temple left the ground and was lifted above Zhou Tong's head. Buzz! At this moment, the Eight Visions Temple that was lifted up shone with a five-colored divine light. It flashed continuously and looked very mysterious. It's really the five-colored altar. Yi Fan stared at the altar with excitement in his eyes. Chapter 303. This five-colored altar is underneath the Eight Visions Temple. Could it be that activating the altar will bring the Eight Visions Temple into the void? Pang Bo looked at the five-colored altar with some doubt. Zhou Tong nodded and said, That's right. According to the setup here, that's exactly the case. If I'm not wrong, when I lift up the Eight Visions Temple, the five-colored altar will be activated. It won't be long before the Eight Visions Temple rises into the sky. Those who want to go up, hurry up! Yi Fan brought little Nana into the Eight Visions Temple. Fairy Zixia also followed Yi Fan into the temple. Pangbo said, "I've decided to stay in Ziwei. I won't go back with you. I wish you all a safe journey." Yi Fan said, "Pangbo, be careful in the Ziwei galaxy." Pangbo nodded vigorously. "But, since you've decided to stay in the Ziwei galaxy, I'll leave you something to save your life." Zhou Tong pondered for a while. His empty left hand made a grabbing motion in the air. The scorching sun saint power spread in the void. A divine branch as thick as an arm appeared in front of them. It was covered with golden leaves. It was so dazzling that they couldn't look at it directly. The scorching sun essence flames burned in front of everyone. The golden light swayed like water ripples. It was like a small sun had fallen into the world. Yi Fan, Pangbo, Zixia, and little Nana's cheeks were flushed red. The divine branch of the Fusang Pure Wood? Yi Fan and the others' pupils shrank as they looked at the divine branch in shock. This was the object that contained the most concentrated sun essence in the world. It contained the most concentrated sun essence flames. It was a supreme sacred object. One divine leaf could not be bought with billions of gold. Before Yi Fan entered the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, he had also received a divine branch of the Bodhi tree from Zhou Tong. However, that divine branch was completely different from the one in front of them. The Fusang divine tree was fully grown. Whether it was the size or the divine power it contained, this 1-foot-long divine branch far surpassed the Bodhi divine tree branch that he had given to Yi Fan previously. Even if it was just a divine leaf, the power it contained was comparable to that of a first-level immortal foundation expert. In ancient times, there was a broken willow as a farewell gift. "I don't have anything else, so I'll give you a Fusang divine branch." Zhou Tong casually gave the Fusang divine branch to Pangbo. "All right." Pangbo also took a deep breath and did not try to shirk away. He generously put away the hibiscus divine branch and solemnly thanked Zhou Tong. "Little tyrant, I know that you are determined to prove your Tao. If you succeed in the future, don't forget about us brothers. Whether or not we can live for a few more years depends on you." Pangbo gave his blessings. "I wish you success in attaining your Tao." "Haha, Pangbo, don't worry. If I succeed in attaining my Tao, I will definitely not be stingy with the divine herbs, nor will I sit and watch as your lifespan runs out," Zhou Tong solemnly promised. As the hegemonic body of the heavens, Zhou Tong's lifespan would be at least 25,000 years if he succeeded in attaining his Tao. If he used some methods to extend his lifespan, he could even live for close to 30,000 years. The divine herbs could bear fruit at least 5 times in his lifespan. If the environment was good, it could bear fruit 6 or 7 times. Zhou Tong now had the White Tiger divine herb, the Qilin divine herb, the Bodhi divine herb, the Humanoid divine herb, and the Fusang divine tree. In his lifetime, he could harvest at least 25 fruit. "Haha, good brother, we will depend on you in the future." Pangbo also laughed loudly. "Take care." Zhou Tong nodded slightly and quickly entered the Eight Visions Palace. Boom! In the next moment, purple clouds surged. The Eight Visions Palace carried Zhou Tong and the others into the ancient path and disappeared from the Big Dipper. However, not long after, a light flashed in front of them and the Eight Visions Palace came out of the spatial tunnel. "What's going on? It came out?" Fairy Zixia was stunned. "It doesn't look like the ancient path. We haven't left the Ziwei star and are now in the outer realm." Yi Fan was also suspicious. When he saw the life planet below, he was shocked. The Baiying temple they were in was like a satellite orbiting the Ziwei ancient star. "Don't worry, look over there." Zhou Tong pointed with his finger and saw a stretch of sky palaces in front of them. The Eight Visions Temple was flying towards this stretch of sky palaces. "Are we going to crash into it?" Yi Fan and Fairy Zixia were worried. "Don't worry, this sky palace was also built by me. It is probably to guide future generations into space. Zhou Tong was not worried at all. Boom. Finally, the 8 Visions Palace collided with the Sky Palace in front of them amidst the purple clouds. Although both of them were trembling violently, they were not damaged at all. There was a mysterious power circulating between them. It was like a fantasy version of space docking. Let's go. Zhou Tong did not hesitate in the slightest and directly walked forward. Connecting the 8 Visions Palace was a huge sky palace. Walking into this sky palace, they saw countless scrolls along the way, all of which were events that happened in the pre-Qin era. For example, the scene of Lao Zi leaving Hangu Pass. To be honest, Lao Zi is actually a little boring. Although he says that he is not doing anything, he leaves his mark and deeds everywhere for future generations to see. Zhou Tong could not help but complain. After seeing so many stories that overturn legends, this is the only thing you feel? Yi Fan was speechless. Isn't that normal? Zhou Tong smiled. After knowing that I'm a cultivator, and a quasi-emperor at that, it's natural to re-examine those things in the legends to have some different mythological colors. However, I know that the Hangu Pass is indeed on Earth. Zhou Tong, what secrets does Earth hold? Yi Fan continued asking. It's hard to say. I only know that many great emperors have been to Earth. In the legends, the Yellow Emperor is related to the Void Emperor, the Yen Emperor is related to the Eternal Universe Great Emperor, Shakyamuni is related to the Amitabha Great Emperor, and even Lao Zi is related to the Lord of Tao and Virtue of the mythological era. As they walked, Zhou Tong explained some things about Earth to them. These things could be said to be secrets, and they could be said to be secret. But they could also be said to be not secrets because these things did not involve anything deeper. 5-colored altar. Suddenly, Fairy Xia exclaimed. In front of them, there was a spacious hall, and in the middle of the hall, there was a huge 5-colored altar. With the scale of this 5-colored altar, it could definitely cross the starry sky. Zhou Tong, do you know where this altar leads to? Yi Fan asked. I don't know, but since it's the 5-colored altar, then as long as there's something to locate it, we can easily cross the starry sky. Zhou Tong said as he took out a creature sealed in the celestial source. What is this? Yi Fan was shocked. The creature in the divine source had an intimidating aura. A dying immemorial king, a sage-level creature. Some of the immemorial races in the Big Dipper have been summoning this thing for the past few years. Zhou Tong said as he threw the divine source sealed with the immemorial creature onto the 5-colored altar. Let's wait. When the Big Dipper continues to summon, we can follow this path back. Zhou Tong said as he sat down cross-legged and continued to comprehend the scriptures. Chapter 304. Big Dipper Starfield, Eastern Wastelands Northern Region, within a mountain range. 10,000 veins stretched across, each like a dragon, towering into the clouds and connecting with the sky, majestic and majestic. In a magnificent valley, a huge waterfall that had long dried up in the primordial era appeared. The originally barren rocky land now had sprouts emerging from the ground, showing signs of life. Not long after, the fragrance of orchids wafted through the air. Spirit trees appeared one after another, bringing with them waves of fragrance that refreshed the mind. All kinds of lingji mushrooms and precious herbs appeared together, full of vitality. Spirit chi soared into the sky, dense steam rose, and auspicious chi surged. And in the center of this valley, a majestic palace appeared. This was the important place of the primordial royal race, Valley of Gods. In this palace, the various races of the primordial era were gathered together. And beside them was a dazzling divine altar carved with countless runes, bursting with endless Tao marks. What's going on? Why can't I sense the aura of the predecessors? What happened over there? Could it be that so many ancient kings have met with misfortune? Impossible, according to the ancient records of our race. The purple-gold battleship carried the strongest group of ancient kings to the ancient star path, and there were even 3 great sages among them. Who in this world could defeat them? What happened during this period of time? During this period, we intermittently sensed their auras, but there was no feedback. Now, there's only a trace of bloodline left, and only one ancient king of the luminous dragons is left. Forget it, there must be a conclusion to this matter in the near future. We must get to the bottom of this, or the various races won't be at peace. If the ancient kings really met with misfortune, we must find out the reason. If it really doesn't work, let the sleeping sages of the various races awaken and let them take charge. Don't act rashly. The great emperors of the primordial era were too terrifying, comparable to the ancient emperors of the past. Even if it's said that they all passed away, the various races have sensed some strange situations, so it's better for everyone to be careful. That's right, I remember that more than 10 years ago, there was an extreme clash in the nest of 10,000 dragons. There was a human emperor's weapon that fought against the ancient emperor's weapon. Not only that, but the ancient Emperor Mountain was also taken over by the human race's no beginning. Even the name of the ancient Emperor Mountain was changed to Purple Mountain. Not long ago, there was the sound of a bell ringing. Although Prince Tian said that it was caused by a dog, it's still a little frightening to think about. Alright, stop arguing. Let's hurry up and activate the altar left behind by the ancient emperor and try to summon him again. Maybe there will be a result this time. Alright. The cultivators of the various ancient clans nodded in agreement. Suddenly, hum! With a light sound, the divine altars around everyone trembled slightly. Soon after, brilliant divine light soared into the sky, shooting towards the dome of heaven. During this period of time, imperial Tao laws even floated up into appearance, and it was like a spatial tunnel had been opened up that pierced through the starry sky and connected to an unknown and unfathomable other end. At the same time, on the ancient Ziwei planet, in the heavenly palace in the outer starry sky, Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, Zi Xia, and little Nana sat there quietly for half a month. Buzz! Suddenly, the void above the 5-colored altar trembled, and a pitch-black hole appeared out of thin air, sucking in the immemorial king sealed in the divine source. Now! Zhou Tong immediately opened his eyes. That aura is the aura of the North region. Fairy Zi Xia's eyes lit up. That aura was very familiar. It was the aura of her hometown, the aura of the Big Dipper. To be precise, it was the aura of the Eastern Wilderness and the North region. Is this really the passage to the Big Dipper? Yi Fan was also shocked. After waiting for half a month, this moment had finally arrived. Let's not wait anymore. Let's go in together. Zhou Tong took the lead and jumped into the passage directly. Yi Fan, Zi Xia, and little Nana followed closely behind and entered the spatial passage together. It was still the familiar starry sky, the same endless darkness, and the same eternal desolation. The only difference was that there was an extremely terrifying aura coming from the other side of the passage. It was the aura of the Big Dipper. Any ancient planet that had produced a great emperor would have a special aura of the great Tao lingering around it. This aura of the great Tao was not only the protection of the ancient planet, but also the blessing of the descendants of the ancient planet. The Big Dipper starfield had produced at least 3 great emperors: No Beginning, Ruthless, and Emperor Qing. Naturally, its aura was incomparably terrifying. I keep feeling that there is some danger on the other side of this passage. Is the other side of this passage also the 5-colored altar? Will we land in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity? Yi Fan suddenly asked. No, the other side of this passage is the nest of some primordial tribes. Zhou Tong said directly. Although the 5-colored altar is the best way to cross the void, there are other ways. For example, the primordial royal that I placed on the 5-colored altar has its coordinates set in advance. All we need to do is place it on the 5-colored altar and wait for the primordial royal on the other side of the Big Dipper to summon it. An extremely powerful existence comparable to the primordial emperors. It is a kind of altar carved out by gathering the essence, chi, and spirit of a lifetime. It can summon blood relatives and let them return. This is what I am using. If the other side is a primordial royal, won't we be done for once we land? Zixia exclaimed. Primordial royal. Yi Fan's heart was also heavy. When it came to the primordial royal, all kinds of legends were filled with bloodshed. In the eyes of the human race, the primordial royal represented slaughter and destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The exit is in the nest of the primordial royal, but that doesn't mean that we can't jump off when we are close to the destination. You can rest assured. When we are close to the destination, I will immediately cut off the void and leave the ancient starry sky path. When the time comes, we will return on our own. As Zhou Tong spoke, he was also constantly calculating the distance to the Big Dipper. Finally, after spending some time in the starry sky, the aura from the Big Dipper became thicker and thicker. They didn't even need to pay close attention to feel that they had already returned to the Big Dipper. Now is the time. Zhou Tong swept the diamond carving over the primordial royal in front of him. Instantly, a rainbow light appeared and completely destroyed the primordial royal. At the same time, boom! The diamond carving's rainbow light turned slightly and fiercely bombarded the spatial tunnel. Immediately, the 4 of them escaped from the spatial tunnel and appeared in the outer space of the Big Dipper. At the same time, in the Valley of Gods in the northern region, many primordial royal powerhouses were gathered. There was even a primordial royal here. At this moment, their expressions changed. HM? What happened just now? A trace of fluctuation appeared on the ancient imperial altar. A primordial royal revealed a trace of joy in his eyes. Could it be that those ancestors have been discovered? Continue to work hard. We must summon that ancestor back. All of the primordial royal were delighted. They immediately urged the ancient imperial altar with more force, hoping to bring back the thing that caused the fluctuation. Chapter 305. Outside the Big Dipper region, Zhou Tong and the others broke through the spatial passage and instantly came out. They entered the cold and dark universe, and they could clearly sense the aura of an ancient planet in front of them. The Big Dipper was right in front of them. It's not very far. Zhou Tong, we can easily return to the surface with your chessboard formation. Yi Fan's face revealed a hint of joy. Zixia also looked at Zhou Tong, feeling very excited. Compared to Yi Fan, Zixia's heart was even more restless. For Yi Fan, the Big Dipper was more painful than happy. In the Big Dipper, he was surrounded by enemies, and there were only a few people he cared about. But for Zixia, the Big Dipper was her hometown. Returning to her hometown would always make her feel homesick. Look, what's that? Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed. A huge blue skeleton that had already decayed beyond recognition floated in the starry sky. It's the skeleton of an existence comparable to a saint after death. Unfortunately, countless years have passed, and its essence has already been drained. It no longer has its original power, and was about to rot during the great battle. Fairy Zixia was somewhat regretful. If this skeleton still retained the essence of a saint, it would definitely be an unimaginable supreme treasure. Its flesh and blood could be refined into spirit pills, and its bones could be refined into saint weapons. It's not just this skeleton. Look carefully, there are many fragments of weapons nearby. Zhou Tong pointed casually, and suddenly, many iron mountains appeared in front of Yi Fan and the others. Those were all fragments of saint weapons. Not every saint could find immortal materials or peerless divine materials like the 9 heavens divine jade, So the majority of Saint weapons were actually the condensation of countless materials. And if the materials were still insufficient, they might exhaust endless mountains and rivers to gather spiritual energy to create a weapon. In ancient times, some saints' small seals of mountains and rivers looked sparkling and translucent, but in reality, they were formed from thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and when enlarged, they would be boundless. What a pity, these materials have also lost their essence, and are now about the same as ordinary iron. Yi Fan shook his head. This was also a battlefield that had existed for millions of years. Even if they found something here, it would definitely lose its divinity. Even if it was a celestial material, after spending 1,000,000 years in this environment, it would definitely lose its spiritual energy and become rusty. There are some ancient imprints in this battlefield. Zhou Tong silently mused. The center of his brows shone with a resplendent violet light as the light from the bell illuminated his immortal foundation. The entire battlefield lit up at the same time. Those were the imprints of countless saint-level and even emperor-level experts. One brand after another appeared on the Tyrant Bell, turning into a part of the Tyrant Bell's mountain river diagram. Zhou Tong told Yi Fan and the others to wait for him here. Then, he began to move through the battlefield. He activated the Divine Mark Purple Gold's Divine Gold Mysteries and memorized the countless patterns and scriptures on the battlefield. That's... Suddenly, Zhou Tong saw a rotten wooden box on the battlefield. This was a very ordinary rotten wooden box. He couldn't sense anything. The box seemed to be made of ordinary material, but it isolated the inside from the outside. Zhou Tong instinctively opened the box. Buzz! In an instant, divine light flew out from the box, brilliant and eternal. There was a head-sized divine source floating in the box, and all of its aura was isolated by the rotten wooden box. So beautiful! Zhou Tong was stunned. Both his mind and his gaze were attracted to the item in the divine source. Within the source of God, there was a fist-sized bud that was about to bloom. It was the size of a fist, and it was fresh and tender. There was even a brilliant light blooming from its body. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart flutter. What was even more frightening was that this flower had an unimaginable demonic nature that constantly attracted the attention of cultivators. He couldn't wait to immediately immerse himself in the brilliance of this flower. This was a kind of depraved power. He had never seen such a beautiful flower before. Even though it hadn't bloomed yet, it possessed a kind of unparalleled beauty. All kinds of sparkling and translucent colors appeared on the flower bud. Finally, Zhou Tong overcame this yearning from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly closed the box and didn't dare to take another look. I know this is the divine flower. Fortunately, this flower hasn't bloomed yet and is only a flower bud. Otherwise, I would most likely be in danger. Zhou Tong put away the flower and understood. There were 3 types of flowers in this world that were the most difficult to obtain. They were the demon god flower, the Tao integration flower, and the divine flower. Among them, the divine flower was the most beautiful flower in the world, and only ancient emperors could appreciate its beauty. In the instant that it bloomed, even the souls of ancient sages would dissipate, and their bodies would be reduced to empty shells. This is a legendary flower that belongs to the immortal realm. Perhaps I can use the reincarnation mirror to look at it. Perhaps I can obtain some information? Zhou Tong was very tempted. Perhaps he could obtain some information about the immortal realm. However, this thought had only just appeared in his mind when Zhou Tong immediately rejected it. Only emperors could appreciate the blossoming of this flower. If he used the reincarnation mirror to see this flower bloom in his past life, then wouldn't he be screwed? The divine flower most likely wasn't something that Emperor Vicious arranged. This flower most likely flew away and bloomed again after Emperor Vicious appreciated it, Zhou Tong thought to himself. The last time the divine flower had bloomed was undoubtedly at the hands of Emperor Vicious. In the original novel, when Yi Fan invited little Nana to admire this flower, little Nana told him that she had seen this flower before. If this flower was also an opportunity that Emperor Vicious had arranged for Yi Fan, then when little Nana was with him, this flower should have directly floated to Yi Fan's side, creating the illusion that Yi Fan had, accidentally, obtained this flower. Moreover, once this flower finished blooming, it would immediately fly away. Even emperors wouldn't be able to calculate its whereabouts, unless they were prepared in advance and intercepted it as soon as it flew away. Emperor Vicious had allowed this flower to wander freely in the outside world, which meant that this flower had nothing to do with her. But thinking about it, Emperor Vicious really does have a lot of flowers. Out of the 3 most rare flowers in the world, she has obtained 2 of them. I wonder if she has seen the demonic god flower before. Zhou Tong thought up to this point. Emperor Vicious' Tao and techniques were filled with the beauty of a rain of flowers. Perhaps great Emperor Ruthless had gained enlightenment from these godly flowers. I should keep it for now. It's safer. I'll come back to admire it when my tyrant body is at large success. I'll also use the reincarnation mirror to look at its previous life. Zhou Tong put away the divine flower and went back to find Yi Fan and the others. Zhou Tong, are you done with your business? Can we go back now? Yi Fan asked when he saw Zhou Tong return. It's all right. We can go back now. Zhou Tong nodded. He took out the chessboard formation and activated it by injecting his divine energy into it. Suddenly, a force enveloped Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, Violet Glow, and little Nana as they flew through space and rushed towards the Big Dipper. Chapter 306. Big Dipper. The terrain here was open and boundless, like a wasteland. It was very barren, with bare soil and rocks everywhere. There were no plants. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren. Only the east had a bit of green, like an oasis in the desert. That oasis is the sacred city? Yi Fan pondered for a while, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He finally came to a place that he was very familiar with. This was the northern region of the eastern wilderness, near the oasis where the sacred city was located. I've left Big Dipper for more than 10 years. It's a good opportunity to inquire about some information, so I set the destination of the Void Crossing near the sacred city. However, it's still difficult to grasp the Void Emperor's chessboard formation patterns. The teleportation distance this time is too long. It's off by 250 miles. Zhou Tong frowned. This place was 250 miles away from the coordinates he had set. He thought back to his arrangements and quickly found the source of the problem. Zhou Tong, let's go to the sacred city and take a look. We'll see what major events have happened in the past 10 years. Yi Fan and Zi Xia had changed their appearances and were flying toward the sacred city. Zhou Tong nodded. He had left this place for too long, so Zhou Tong was eager to know the current situation of Big Dipper. According to the time, the ancient race of Big Dipper had already awakened. Before leaving Big Dipper, the Valley of Gods had already appeared during the battle with Wang Ting. Even earlier, when the Jiang family was searching for Zhou Tong, they had also encountered the nest of 10,000 dragons and awakened the supreme existence in the nest of 10,000 dragons. The 3 of them quickly entered the sacred city. Zhou Tong walked familiarly to a vendor selling refining materials not far away. Zhou Tong casually picked out some materials that might be useful for setting up formations or refining tools. At this time, Yi Fan was also skillfully chatting with the vendor. This vendor was a middle-aged man with the surname Zhang. Yi Fan affectionately called him Uncle Zhang. This Uncle Zhang had a cheerful personality and was someone who couldn't stay idle. The more he chatted with Yi Fan, the more enthusiastic he became. With Zhou Tong's methodical selection of materials, the peddler, Uncle Zhang, suddenly became much closer to the group. Although he didn't have access to any secrets, he still revealed a lot of information that many people were familiar with. For example, the ancient race had fought with the human race several times in order to regain their former territory after the reappearance of the ancient race. For example, some of the good stories and scandals that had happened to the younger generation. For example, the opportunities that had appeared in recent years and the people who had obtained them. Yi Fan suddenly asked, "Uncle Zhang, who do you think is the #1 expert among the younger generation in the world today?" "Yes, Uncle Zhang." "The #1 expert of the younger generation?" Uncle Zhang sized up Yi Fan and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't tell me you have some thoughts about the title of #1. Haha, Uncle is an experienced person. Let me give you a word of advice. Give up on this delusion. More than 10 years ago, the Middle Emperor and the South Demon were already famous in the world. They could fight with the Divine Lords. Now there are even more talented people. The cultivation world is full of brilliant stars. Powerful people from all walks of life have gathered together." At this time, Zhou Tong suddenly asked, "What about the Alcade Saint? The Jiang family's divine body? And Ji Haoyue? By the way, are there any powerful ancient race cultivators?" "The Alcade Saint is amazing. He has always been low-key, but he has started to become powerful recently. With his personality, he most likely has achieved great success in his divine art. However, the Alcade Sacred Land is now being ostracized by the cultivation world. I don't know why." Uncle Zhang admired the Alcade Saint very much. However, Zhou Tong knew that it was most likely because he had revealed that the Alcade Saint had learned the indestructible divine art. Now it was gradually spreading. Although the outside world might not dare to make any substantial attacks due to the power of the dragon-patterned black gold cauldron, the vague rejection was still very obvious. Before, the entire Big Dipper cultivation world had a common enemy like me. They were united against the outside world, so internal conflicts did not erupt. However, these internal conflicts have started to erupt during the time I was away. I think not only the Alcade Sacred Land, but also the Jiang family is being ostracized." Zhou Tong thought to himself. Sure enough, Uncle Zhang also said that the Jiang family was also being ostracized by the cultivation world. Even if they had imperial weapons, they could not control people's hearts. Others were afraid that they had cultivated Emperor Ruthless' divine art, so they did not want to associate with them. What could they do? Of course, this kind of rejection was not many. For some big forces, there were no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Some important collaborations were definitely not affected. The divine body of the Ji family has been low-key these years. There is no news about it. It is very different from 20 years ago. No, it is not only the divine body of the Ji family that is low-key. Even the entire Ji family is very low-key. Uncle Zhang hesitated for a while, and said some news about the Ji family. Over the years, the Ji family had been very low-key. Logically speaking, in this bright world, the Ji family also had a divine body, so they were qualified to participate in the current world. However, they had been very low-key all these years. Little brothers, the geniuses you mentioned are indeed stirring up the world. But don't forget there are 2 people in the world who are also stirring up the world. Uncle Zhang said with a smile. The 2 great abandoned disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. Uncle Zhang said calmly, more than 10 years ago, for some reason, it was suddenly exposed that Hua Yunfei was the successor of Emperor Ruthless and cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring technique. Then, the Supreme Mystery Sect investigated and found that Hua Yunfei was not the only one who cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring technique. There was another disciple named Li Xiaoman who also cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring technique. These 2 people suddenly became the public enemy of the entire cultivation world and were hunted down by everyone. But recently, the two of them have made a name for themselves. They have mastered the demonic heaven-devouring technique and are invincible in their generation. They are the only ones who can kill others. No one dares to continue hunting them. Hearing the news about Li Xiaoman, Yi Fan was a little absent-minded. This was his first love. How could she become the public enemy of the world? Seeing Yi Fan's attitude, Zixia's expression became unfriendly. She had long known about Li Xiaoman's existence and the relationship between Yi Fan and Li Xiaoman. However, Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan with great interest and slandered him in his heart. Yi He won't be kneeling on a washboard tonight, will he? However, Yi Fan reacted quickly and quickly changed the topic. He asked, "What about the ancient race? I remember that the ancient race has also appeared. Don't they have any geniuses?" "There are many geniuses from the ancient races. Huang Xiudao, Celestial Silkworm Daoist, Holy Prince, Prince Tian. These are all the descendants of the ancient emperors. They're so powerful that it's hard to breathe. This is really a great era. All kinds of kings have appeared and all kinds of physiques have appeared. Even the most powerful successors of the 10,000 ancient races have appeared. Who can be number one in the world? It's impossible to say." This uncle was also somewhat emotional. He didn't expect that he would be able to see such a great era in his lifetime. So many kings were rising together. It was too brilliant. If such an era could produce a Tao verifier, he would most likely become one of the strongest people since the ancient times. However, the emergence of the ancient race has also set off a storm of blood. Sigh. The uncle couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. Yi Fan immediately asked the uncle for the reason. It turned out that among the ancient races that had appeared, there were 10 races that were the most vicious to the human race. They were known as the 10 primordial races. If there was a disagreement, they would fight to the death. Since their emergence, they had slaughtered countless people. These races even treated the human race as food. They shouted and cursed at the human race and treated them as slaves. Countless people in the world trembled with fear. Chapter 307. Zhou Tong casually bought a large batch of materials as a reward for the man's information. After that, the group left the sacred city. Who would have thought that the past 10 years would be so dazzling? Yi Fan exclaimed. The Big Dipper had been in turmoil for the past 10 years. Countless major events had occurred. In just 10 years, the entire structure of the world had changed greatly. Compared to the Ziwei segmentum, the Big Dipper is indeed much more chaotic. In such a chaotic world, even an emperor weapon may not be able to protect oneself. Fairy Zixia sighed. Especially the royal families, they're under even more pressure. With the emergence of the ancient race, the entire Big Dipper will have to be redistributed. The ancient race will have to fight the human race again. Blood will flow like rivers. Zhou Tong said softly. The other royal families have their own territories and forces. They won't make a move easily. But Prince Tian is different. That's right. The immortal emperor's subordinates were originally at the Purple Mountain. However, that place has been taken over by Emperor Wu Shi. The immortal emperor's subordinates were all kicked out. If there's a war in the future, Prince Tian will definitely be at the forefront. Yi Fan nodded. Why did Prince Tian hate the human race so much? Did they really think that he was born to be an enemy of the human race? The main reason was not because of benefits or Emperor Wu Shi. The other royal families had their own territories and forces. Prince Tian was the only one who had been chased out of his home by Emperor Wu Shi. They would definitely be the most eager to fight the human race and take over their territories and resources. The immortal emperor is a god in the hearts of all races. I wonder how many ancient races will respond to Prince Tian's call. If there are too many people, I'm afraid it will really be a mess. Zixia was a little worried. It's all because you guys are lazy. If you guys worked harder and had an innate Saint Body Dao embryo earlier, you would have gotten Emperor Wu Shi's backup plan. Then, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and Zixia, speechless. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It's useless. Now we can go to the Purple Mountain and try. Who knows, we might be able to activate the Emperor Wu Shi's scripture. Doesn't the innate Saint Body Dao embryo have to be activated? Yi Fan asked. With the innate Saint Body, I can only be sure that I can activate the No Beginning Sutra. But now we have the Saint Body and the innate Dao embryo. Maybe Wu Shi Heavenly Monarch can let us have a look at the Wu Shi scripture. It was because of Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients that the Emperor of the Void of Beginning spared Yi Fan and allowed him to see the essence of the Void of Beginning Sutra, the art of Void of Beginning. Have the two of you decided? If you're sure, I'll bring you to the Purple Mountain now. As Zhou Tong spoke, he took out the black jade platform and looked at Yi Fan and Zixia. Let's wait for a while. I'm not sure yet. I want to accompany Zixia back to the Purple Mansion's sacred ground. Yi Fan pondered for a while and shook his head in the end. Yi Fan, are you sure? After all, Fairy Zixia was still the Purple Mansion Saint's fiancée in name. You stole someone else's wife, and now you're here? Don't you think you've gone overboard by slapping the Purple Mansion Saint in the face? Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan from the corner of his eyes. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be so daring as to go to the Purple Mansion's sacred ground now. Wasn't he afraid of being put under house arrest by the Purple Mansion's sacred ground? It's okay. Didn't you pretend to be a great emperor last time? And your lie hasn't been exposed yet. I think the Purple Mansion's sacred ground will take it into consideration and won't make things difficult for me. Yi Fan was somewhat confident. Also, what do you mean I stole someone else's wife? Yi Fan stared at Zhou Tong and said disdainfully. Yi Fan also looked at Zhou Tong from the corner of his eyes. Enough, you two. Fairy Zixia's face was red as she angrily rebuked the two of them. Yi Fan immediately softened and quickly went to comfort his wife. Tracheitis. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan from the corner of his eyes. After arguing with each other for a while, Zhou Tong casually threw a chessboard to him and said, If the Purple Mansion's sacred ground wants to deal with you, they will definitely activate the array. You won't be able to leave by normal means. This chessboard array formation is for you. The coordinates have been set. It's in the northern plains, the same old place. If you feel that something is wrong, the two of you immediately activate this chessboard. Luckily, it's a place like the Purple Mansion sacred ground that has no great emperors. If it were a place like the Ji family or the Jiang family, even I wouldn't be able to do anything, Zhou Tong added. Many thanks. Yi Fan was very grateful. This was also a backup plan. Zhou Tong suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, remember to bring little Nana with you. If the Purple Mansion sacred ground has a trump card, they won't dare to do anything to you. Little Nana is your most important protective talisman. The higher the cultivation level of someone, the more they won't dare to provoke her. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately nodded slightly at Zhou Tong. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. 1 month later, we'll meet near the Purple Mountain. Zhou Tong glanced at the two and said, Remember, if I'm not around, don't casually enter the Purple Mountain. I suspect that the situation inside the Purple Mountain has changed. It's a little different from when I first entered the Purple Mountain. I understand. The two of them nodded at the same time. After giving Yi Fan the last sentence, Zhou Tong immediately activated the chessboard array formation. This was an array formation from the Void Emperor. It was very useful. In an instant, Zhou Tong had arrived at the northern plains from the eastern wilderness. He had arrived at the birthplace of the Northern Lights. I'm here again. The birthplace of the Northern Lights, the ancient path to immortality. Zhou Tong looked at the demonic well, which was emitting a terrifying halo, and felt a little emotional. In the Ziwei segmentum, the reason why he hadn't cut his path was because he wanted to complete his path here. The cultivation of immortal ancient methods required a corresponding environment. In the entire world, only the path to immortality had a similar environment. Moreover, it had to be in the deepest part of the path, the place closest to the celestial region. The path to immortality in the middle continent had been blocked by Emperor Tai's exploded flesh and blood. Only in the path to immortality in the northern plains could Zhou Tong barely make it in by relying on the diamond carving and the group's secret word. There's another old woman. When Zhou Tong was heading to the path to immortality, he suddenly discovered that there was an additional old woman here. An old woman who was about to turn into Tao. It's this person from the same era as the old lunatic. She's also a peerless great saint. Zhou Tong glanced at the old woman and didn't say anything else. Bathed in the colorful light of the diamond carving, he once again entered the depths of the path to immortality. Although this old woman was a great saint, she was extremely useful in resisting the ancient race and the entire Big Dipper human tribe. However, Zhou Tong didn't want to have anything to do with such a great saint. At this stage, the most important thing for him was to perfect his divine form and tyrant body. The Tao injuries on Zhou Tong's body were caused by the incomplete divine form and the flaws of the tyrant body. Zhou Tong's path was the path to becoming a combat immortal. It was also the path that he had decided on, the divine form unification path. The tyrant body could have 9 great divine forms. When the 9 great divine forms were combined, he could even become a combat immortal. However, in Zhou Tong's opinion, the 9 great divine forms were still too scattered. They needed to be further integrated and completely unified. He didn't need so many fancy 9 great divine forms. He only needed the one after the fusion. One was all things and all things were one. This was the realm that Zhou Tong was pursuing. This was the possibility of walking the path to becoming a combat immortal. Not only did Zhou Tong want to surpass the limits of the tyrant body and create an unprecedented 10th divine form, but he also wanted to completely unify all the divine forms into one and transform them into a single divine form. Only with a single divine form and the tyrant body could one walk the path to becoming a combat immortal. Zhou Tong had walked this path before, so he was very familiar with this path. Soon, he reached the end of the path and once again arrived near the extremely terrifying primal chaos. Zhou Tong said softly, "Now, this is the place closest to the immortal realm in the entire world. Only such a place can cultivate the second immortal energy. The path to becoming a single divine form is very difficult. It can even be said to be an impossible path. Fortunately, the reincarnation mirror and the reincarnation seal created by the reincarnation mirror gave me a slight possibility of walking this path." Zhou Tong recalled the situation of his cultivation and the enlightenment he had gained over the past 10 years. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Last time, in the depths of the Immortal Ascension Road, Zhou Tong had cultivated the first immortal energy and perfectly fused the 9-leaf sword grass divine form, the true dragon divine form, and the immortal phoenix divine form. However, he hadn't completed the cultivation of the second immortal energy, which was the perfect fusion of the 9-leaf sword grass divine form, the true dragon divine form, the immortal phoenix divine form, the Kuan Peng divine form, the Qilin divine form, and the Thunder Emperor divine form. To be precise, the fusion of the 9-leaf sword grass divine form, the true dragon divine form, the immortal phoenix divine form, the Kuan Peng divine form, the Qilin divine form, and the Thunder Emperor divine form was only 90% complete. There was still the most difficult part of the next path. Let's begin. Zhou Tong slowly sat down cross-legged. Chapter 308. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the deepest part of the ancient path of immortalhood. He peeled off his divine form, completely separating the 6 divine forms that had almost completely merged into one. This was the shape of a monster that kept changing. The characteristics of a true dragon, an immortal phoenix, a 9-leaf sword grass, a Kirin, a Koan Purng, and the Thunder Emperor alternated. Collapse the void and turn into a cauldron. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the void suddenly shook violently. A terrifying depression instantly enveloped his divine form. Northern celestial light, fill it! Beams of hazy celestial light that were several feet long shot out from Zhou Tong's side into the void cauldron. Zhou Tong fought with his back to the wall, completely filling the void cauldron with all the northern celestial light he had obtained. Almost instantly, the void cauldron was filled with celestial qi. Even Zhou Tong felt that his Tao injury seemed to have been healed, and was healing at an unprecedented speed. This was the power of the northern celestial light from the celestial region. Zhou Tong's entire body was relaxed. He hadn't felt so comfortable for a while. My trip to the Z-Way segmentum, and the various great path imprints I've obtained along the way. Zhou Tong took out his bell, which had countless great path imprints on it. These imprints were all things that Zhou Tong had comprehended from going to various places where saints had comprehended the Tao, as well as some other places over the years. Great path imprints turn into Tao fire. Evil karma of all living beings turn into Tao fire. Zhou Tong said softly. Suddenly, countless runes erupted from the bell, turning into the most terrifying Tao fire that filled the void cauldron. At the same time, wisps of red and black light suddenly appeared from within the bell. They roared and flowed, entering the cauldron along with the Tao fire. Buzz! The divine form in the cauldron stayed quietly in the cauldron. Karmic fire and Tao fire shone brightly. Endless flames surged and celestial light shone brightly. The divine form didn't react as violently as it had the last time it cultivated. Zhou Tong hadn't spent the past decade in vain. His divine form was one of the 10 vicious beasts, so if he wanted to merge with the 10 vicious beasts, he would have to comprehend the profoundness of the 10 vicious beasts' treasured techniques. In the past 10 years, he had spent a lot of time comprehending the treasured techniques of the vicious 10. Although he had only fused a little bit of Upanishad, this little bit of Upanishad, in addition to the existence of the reincarnation seal, was enough for Zhou Tong to fuse the 6 great godly forms smoothly. At this moment, Zhou Tong didn't feel any pain. It was as if these 6 great god forms were naturally fused together, and he was just reuniting them. This was an indescribable pleasure. He could clearly sense his own growth, and he could clearly enjoy the most direct improvement. It was as if he could see the final destination. The degree of fusion of the 6 godly forms was constantly increasing, and they were growing with every passing moment. 91%, 92%, 93%. Boom. When the degree of fusion reached 95%, Zhou Tong was suddenly startled. It was as if he had completely fused with the separated godly form, and an image appeared in front of his eyes. When heaven and earth were first opened in the boundless wilderness, a grass seed took root and sprouted, breaking out of the ground, and then slowly growing. In the end it turned into a grass with 9 sword leaves. As the 9 sword leaves swayed, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The degree of fusion reached 96%, and the image changed. The river of stars was resplendent, and the aura of primal chaos lingered. A true dragon fought between heaven and earth, changing in the mortal world. The degree of fusion reached 97%, and the image changed again. In the pitch-black sea, huge waves rose into the sky, and a black Koan fish broke out of the water, transforming into a bird, and flew straight into the starry sky. It flapped its wings, and brilliant feathers flew out, shooting countless stars. The degree of fusion reached 98%, and the image changed again. The thunder was endless, and a thunder god gradually awakened from the sea of thunder, emitting endless majesty. It controlled the heavenly punishment, and ruled over the thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. The degree of fusion reached 99%, and the image changed again. The mountains were endless, and the aura of primal chaos overflowed. A Qilin emitted the aura of a supreme beast. It raised its head and moved forward, crushing mountains and rivers, and suppressing the void. The degree of fusion reached 100%, and the image changed for the last time. The immortal phoenix was undergoing nirvana, bringing with it endless sunset glow. It was like the last afterglow on the horizon, and there was warmth in the incomplete sky. There was also a dark red color, and hot blood gushed out and vitality spread out. Zhou Tong's soul traveled through the great void, and he could feel everything that the divine image experienced. The Tao fire, the karmic fire, and the immortal light completely merged into one. After more than 10 years of deduction, I can succeed without the seal of reincarnation this time. Zhou Tong removed everything. The Tao fire, the karmic fire, and the immortal light all dissipated. The merged divine image finally turned into a ball of essence, energy, and spirit that soared into the sky, turning into a dense light mist that quickly entered Zhou Tong's body. It was also at this moment that Zhou Tong saw his second immortal energy. It was as white as jade, hazy and mysterious, and it was taking shape and expanding. Boom! Zhou Tong stood up, and he was like a mountain that rose from the ground. He had an extremely terrifying aura, and the two immortal energies were like two true dragons coiling around his body. There was a terrifying battle intent in his eyes that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. Just as I expected, the eternal divine restriction. This is the feeling that only thearchs can feel, the feeling of the eternal divine restriction. Although it's only for a short moment, this feeling is really different from the divine restriction that fluctuated up and down in the past. Zhou Tong opened his arms as if he was hugging the sky. When he entered the divine restriction state previously, although there was a huge increase in strength, there was always a stone in his heart, and he felt inexplicably suffocated. However, now that he entered the divine restriction state, that suffocating feeling completely disappeared, and it was replaced by a kind of calmness and composure. The 8 restrictions were like a river, and all the cultivators were the fish in the river. Exceptional prodigies who occasionally comprehended the divine restriction were like fish that occasionally leaped out of the water. They were high above, looking down on the world, and seeing a different scenery. However, fish were fish in the end. They had to fall back into the water and return to the river. Now, Zhou Tong's state was like a fish that had turned into a dragon, freely roaming above the 9 heavens. There was no reluctance or coercion. There was only calmness, and there was no rush. At this moment, Zhou Tong understood why those former thearchs looked down on the world and why they were so disdainful of prodigies who had yet to prove their Tao. It was because of the eternal divine restriction state. The eternal divine restriction was completely different from the usual experiential divine restriction. After truly experiencing the eternal divine restriction, a cultivator's confidence and willpower would experience an unimaginable baptism. It would raise their spirit, willpower, and mentality to a state that ordinary cultivators would not be able to reach. This baptism was a pinnacle scene that even the exceptional prodigies who had cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm could not taste. At the very least, one had to be a 9th heaven quasi-emperor to barely feel it. Therefore, many primes would call those prodigies who had advanced to the 9th heaven quasi-emperor realm Little Dragon. It was because they had truly come into contact with this exceptional opportunity of a fish that had turned into a dragon and experienced this baptism. Originally, this baptism would require one to be at least a 9th heaven quasi-emperor to experience it. However, Zhou Tong had experienced it once in advance. This kind of comprehension and experience was not inferior to the elevation of Yi Fan's mentality after the Battle of the Supremes in the original work. The eternal divine restriction. This is the true meaning of being invincible. Zhou Tong opened his arms and embraced the world. This invincibility was not invincible in terms of battle prowess. Instead, it was invincible in terms of mentality and willpower. After experiencing this, Zhou Tong already felt that his mentality and willpower had undergone an earth-shattering change. He believed that when he clashed with other prodigies in the future, his willpower would definitely be able to crush other prodigies like a giant crushing an ant. This feeling must be the invincible feeling that Yi Fan had after the Battle of the Supremes in the original work. This thought surfaced in Zhou Tong's mind. He had not yet severed his Tao, but he had already come into contact with the invincible aura and thoughts that only a great emperor would have. He stood quietly on the immortal ascension road. A boundless power rose from the top of his head. One moment it turned into a true dragon that soared into the 9 heavens. Another moment it turned into a qilin that steamed with auspicious vapors. Another moment it turned into a 9-leaf sword grass that turned the universe upside down. Circles of light flickered behind Zhou Tong. Some were domineering and powerful, some were like divine punishment, and some had an astonishing aura. There were a total of 6 circles of light. They represented the 6 divine forms of the ferocious 10 that Zhou Tong had now merged. My immortal ascension road is finally about to officially open. Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the boundless chaos that separated the immortal ascension road. He finally made his move. Boom! Zhou Tong unleashed a world-defying punch. The 6 ferocious 10 circles of light behind him shook violently and transformed into a 6-colored divine light that adhered to his fist. In an instant, the terrifying fist instantly pierced through the heavens. The terrifying battle intent was unparalleled in the world. It was so domineering that it actually directly shattered a small patch of chaos. The ferocious 10 treasured techniques, divine forms. Zhou Tong used all kinds of mystic techniques and combined them into one. Like a peerless overlord, he crushed a patch of chaos. Boom! At this moment, a thick bolt of lightning connected the heavens and the earth. It was boundless and terrifying as it descended. The Tao-severing tribulation and the great tribulation of the 3rd streak of immortal Qi descended at the same time. Chapter 309. Boom! At this moment, a vast ocean appeared on the immortal ascension road that had been peaceful for thousands of years. This was a divine sea formed by lightning. The Tao-severing heavenly tribulation. It's exactly the same as what I deduced. I knew that this eternal divine restriction state wouldn't last long. Zhou Tong looked at the sky and the sea of lightning and said softly, "Although a fish jumped out of the water and turned into a dragon, it will still be beaten back to its original form. However, it doesn't matter. Being able to understand the feeling of the eternal divine restriction in an instant has already benefited me a lot. The next eternal divine restriction will be the 9th heaven of Quasi-Emperor. That will be the time for me to truly turn into a dragon." Facing the imminent fall of the divine restriction state, Zhou Tong didn't feel uneasy at all because this was also within his expectations. The Tao-severing heavenly chasm was a boundary set by heaven and earth and the cultivation system. If one didn't slash this saber, they would never be able to cross it. However, even if they didn't slash this saber, a cultivator's cultivation and comprehension of the great Tao would continue to grow. Gradually, a cultivator would reach the 7th restriction, the 8th restriction, and even beyond the 8th restriction to reach the divine restriction. The divine restriction was the peak. The moment one reached the eternal divine restriction, they would definitely attract the Tao-severing heavenly tribulation. This wasn't a question of whether one could sever the Tao or not, nor was it a question of whether heaven and earth could sever the cultivator. Instead, it was a question of relying on the cultivator's own realm to forcefully break through the Tao severing stage. In theory, my Tao severing method is also a Tao severing heavenly tribulation. I should be able to see the strongest heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the lightning and silently activated the Thunder Emperor technique to receive bolts of lightning one after another. This was a majestic scene. If other cultivators were to see it, they would definitely be terrified. In the void, countless terrifying bolts of lightning struck his body like a river. Any bolt of lightning was more powerful than the complete lightning tribulation of an ordinary Tao severing cultivator. Thousands of bolts of lightning combined to form a vast and boundless sea of lightning. It was simply a destructive heavenly punishment. Just a wisp of lightning was enough to destroy a genius. However, Zhou Tong activated the Thunder Emperor technique and bathed in the lightning as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He used the lightning as water to wash his body and primordial spirit. Crack! Lightning flashed and intertwined with each other. Innate Tao patterns rotated and formed the most terrifying heavenly punishment diagram. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and inhaled. Whether it was the lightning light or the Tao patterns, they were all nourishment for him. His body crackled as his purple qi and blood flourished. His bones were being nourished by boundless vitality. Every inch of his skin was dazzling to the eye, and every pore on his body was pulsing with electricity. A small purple figure emerged from between his brows, and it held the tyrant bell in its arms. It walked out and opened its mouth to suck in a sea of lightning. Boundless lightning was sucked into its mouth, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Finally, the first lightning tribulation dissipated, but the second lightning tribulation soon followed. Many strange lightning bolts that resembled monarch weapons appeared in the heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong could recognize the Tai Sovereign Sword, Jili Diagram, Void Mirror, West Emperor Pagoda, Eternal Universe Furnace, Heaven-Devouring Demonic Pot, and Bell of No Beginning. There were also many other lightning bolts that he couldn't recognize. For example, the Divine Sword that emitted immortal light, the domineering pitch-black halberd, and the terrifying gourd. This was even more terrifying. These lightning bolts were the monarch weapons of all the great emperors who had been here since ancient times. They were extremely violent and represented the traces of the great Tao between heaven and earth. Every attack seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. This is indeed the ancient road of immortalization. Many great emperors have been here before. I even suspect that almost all the great emperors have been here after the road of immortalization opened. Zhou Tong lamented as he looked at the monarch weapons and lightning bolts that filled the sky. The location that he chose to undergo the heavenly tribulation was definitely the most difficult location. When the time came, the number of great emperors that he would have to go through would definitely be far more than Yi Fan. Most importantly, the heavenly tribulation this time wasn't just his Tao severing heavenly tribulation. It was also the heavenly tribulation of the third strand of immortal Qi. This terrifying heavenly tribulation was far more terrifying than Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. Boom! The lightning bolts turned into monarch weapons and struck down. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts and deities cried. Endless immortal light scattered down from the road of immortalization. It was a vast expanse. Nothing could be seen except for the heavenly tribulation. Finally, Zhou Tong could no longer sit cross-legged like this. His hands kept moving in the void. Every time he moved, he would create terrifying ripples of the great Tao, blocking the endless attacks of the monarch weapons in the void. His physical body, divine soul, and domineering bell were all being tested by the heavenly tribulation. They were being baptized and tempered by the endless lightning bolts. The domineering bell was forged from divine mark purple gold. After being tempered by the sea of lightning and receiving the great Tao nomological laws of the heavenly tribulation, it became even more sturdy and immortal. It even emitted a lustrous immortal light. It was like a precious pearl that had been wiped clean of dust, shining brightly. Zhou Tong was bathed in the light of the heavenly tribulation. Every inch of his skin was emitting a purple halo. He was bathed in endless lightning and Tao patterns, tempering his peerless domineering body and baptizing his purple primordial spirit. After a long time, the second heavenly tribulation finally dissipated. Zhou Tong immediately used the Lightning Emperor technique to refine the remaining lightning bolts and returned to his peak state. These two heavenly tribulations are just appetizers. I haven't reached the most terrifying heavenly tribulation yet. Before the Tao severing stage, there should be a Tao severing phenomenon. One heavenly tribulation with one heavenly tribulation. Zhou Tong waited quietly for the changes in his heavenly tribulation. Boom! Finally, the first Tao severing phenomenon and the third heavenly tribulation appeared together. Above, the sea of lightning was dense and surging. It was completely rioting and poured down like a vast ocean. Roar! A true dragon, shaking its head and wagging its tail, flew out from the lightning clouds. Its majestic body was like a river of stars as it pounced straight at Zhou Tong. Screech! With a wild cry, an immortal phoenix accompanied the true dragon. They descended together and pounced at Zhou Tong together. Not only that, but there were also Kuan Pring, Qilin, and all kinds of strange lightning. These were all formed from huge lightning bolts. They were incomparably condensed and born. It was like a divine fetus that had a soul at this moment and was unstoppable. My first Tao severing phenomenon is the Vicious Ten? Zhou Tong came to a realization, but then his eyes became sharp. With a long roar, he finally made his move. He fought against the Vicious Ten without holding back and wanted to kill them in the void. Boom! Terrifying lightning exploded, piercing through the void. The lightning was resplendent, and the light rushed into the sky, making this place dazzling. It was simply a heavenly punishment. The Vicious Ten had descended to destroy all life here and completely destroy the person who was transcending the tribulation. Zhou Tong waved his fist and resisted the heavenly tribulation. He punched forward and resisted the Vicious Ten formed by the heavenly tribulation. Immediately, a monstrous battle strength was released. Every inch of his body was enveloped by lightning. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon horn was like a peerless heavenly blade as it heavily collided with Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's skin and flesh were lacerated. He finally couldn't bear this kind of heavenly tribulation. After suffering this terrifying attack, his body was dripping with purple blood. Kill! However, his eyes became sharper. After staggering, he stood up straight again and turned into a Kuan Ping. He broke through the clouds and carried the blue sky. He spread his wings and attacked all opponents, fighting fiercely with the Vicious Ten. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Tong was in an extremely sorry state when facing several of the Vicious Ten. He could only slowly grind them down, absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation to recover while grinding the Vicious Ten to death. Finally, after fighting for a long time, those Vicious Ten finally couldn't hold on any longer and were completely blasted apart by Zhou Tong. They turned into blasts of lightning and exploded, piercing through the void and destroying everything. All of the pores on his body relaxed. Tens of thousands of strands of tribulation light entered and exited. His body was taking in this divine sea of lightning on its own. His blood, flesh, organs, and bones were all breathing. Chapter 310. One layer of lightning, one layer of benefits. After Zhou Tong completely absorbed all of the lightning and natural laws in the surroundings, he felt as if he had taken another step forward, as if he had been reborn. What was even more shocking was that the Bajong had engraved the vicious ten's Tao patterns from the heavenly tribulation. These Tao patterns turned into great Tao comprehension, continuously pouring into Zhou Tong, allowing his understanding of the vicious ten's precious techniques to improve a step further in a short period of time. In this short instant, it was comparable to the comprehension of the second half of his divine restriction state. 1. Right at this time, Zhou Tong's eyes widened, revealing a hint of pleasant surprise. A blurry mass of immortal energy slowly formed, about to appear, taking form outside of Zhou Tong's body. The third lightning tribulation and first abnormal phenomenon passed. Zhou Tong was finally about to cultivate the third strand of immortal energy, his immortal ancient technique cultivation also about to reach this stage of perfection. Honglong. However, at this moment, heavenly lightning erupted, the sea of lightning endless, all of it smashing down, drowning Zhou Tong. On the path of immortal ascension, there was even more endless light flickering. Those were some substances belonging to the celestial domain shining. Immortal light rushed into the sky, accompanied by waves of sparkling radiance. The lightning tribulation between heaven and earth became even stronger, the fourth lightning tribulation descending. Finally humanoid lightning appeared, and there were 9 of them at once. The great emperors have appeared. From the current scale, the great emperors are actually above the vicious 10? But that makes sense, this world is broken after all. After experiencing the world rebuilt by Heavenly Emperor Huang, the world after the reconstruction did not have the chance to show off, so in the judgment of heaven and earth, the great emperors are stronger than the vicious 10. 9 is the limit of numbers, the number of great emperors is at most 9. Zhou Tong looked around, immediately recognizing who the 9 great emperors were. Eternal Universe Great Emperor, Void Emperor, Azure Emperor, Tai Emperor, Fuxi Great Emperor, Sacred Battle Emperor, Demonic Emperor, Amitba Great Emperor, Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. 9 of them, all of them fierce. Boom! Flames poured down in torrents, a huge furnace descending from the sky. Although it was made of lightning, it seemed to be forged from phoenix blood-red gold, an imposing figure standing above, suppressing him. Eternal Universe Great Emperor, who was closest to Zhou Tong, made the first move. Fight! Zhou Tong didn't even think about dodging. Instead, he entered the state of divine restriction and domineeringly clashed head-on with Eternal Universe Emperor. He secretly activated the esoteric word all while shouting at the same time. This was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. Thunder bloomed from his mouth. This was the sound of endless thunder. The sound waves rippled outwards, colliding with the flames pouring down from the Eternal Universe furnace. A terrifying impact immediately erupted. The sound waves and ripples interweaved and collided without end, and the blazing flames were like a torrential flood that didn't stop for a long time, causing the heavens and the earth to seethe. This was the most terrifying battle of the divine forbidden grounds. It was also the battle between Zhou Tong and Eternal Universe Emperor, who was at the same level as him. The terrifying impact was like a collision between heaven and earth. Destructive rays of light erupted from between the two, drowning the entire area. Emperor Eternal Universe's body was instantly sent flying. However, just as Zhou Tong was about to give chase, a green light burst forth. A green lotus emitted ripples as it heavily swept towards Zhou Tong. Lotus Tharch, you came at the right time. Take my sword too. Zhou Tong took a deep breath as a feather sword appeared behind him. It was extremely thick and as tall as the sky. It exploded with blinding golden light. This was the embodiment of the Kuan Pring Dao. The only true feather sword. Boom! The only true feather sword of the Kuan Pring Dao collided with the Lotus Tharch. The light was dazzling, and the sea of lightning was boundless. In addition, the chaos at the end of the Immortal Ascension road nearby was also exploding. The battle between Zhou Tong and the Lotus Tharch had caused this place to be in ruins. The situation on the immortal ascension road was extremely terrifying and terrible. Boom! In the distance, a blazing light shot over. That was the light of the void mirror. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and spat out a divine light. It transformed into 9 golden ancient words in the void, triggering strands of chaos aura that directly blocked the void mirror's immortal light. Boom! A golden ape jumped out, waving a black iron rod as it smashed down. In an instant, the heavens and the earth cracked. It was extremely powerful and domineering to the extreme. It was as if it was going to smash down the 9 heavens. Sacred Battle Emperor? I want to see if your Sacred Battle Ape is domineering, or if my heavenly tyrant body is domineering. Zhou Tong leaped up like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He charged forward powerfully, using the heavenly horned ant precious technique to attack the Sacred Battle Emperor. That pair of fists were like 2 suns, releasing the most dazzling light as they smashed down on the Sacred Battle Emperor. Before the fists arrived, the wind from the fists had already torn apart the void. The most domineering aura was released from his body. Boom! Zhou Tong and the Sacred Battle Emperor fought. A huge explosion immediately erupted between the two. The void was quickly destroyed. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Finally, the two clashed for the last time. Dazzling divine light erupted. Their bodies were tattered, and they flew out at the same time. Roar! The Nirvana divine flame circled around his body, and Zhou Tong's body quickly recovered. I am invincible among those at the same level. Even the young Dharch is definitely not my opponent. Zhou Tong fought 4 Thearchs in a row, and his confidence instantly soared. Now, I declare that the 9 of you are surrounded by me. This time, he didn't passively receive the attack. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. 1. A pair of Kuan Pung wings appeared behind Zhou Tong's back. There were countless black spots on the golden wings. After so many years of cultivation, Zhou Tong could already transform into perfect Kuan Pung wings. It was no longer the black and golden wings from before. The Kuan Pung wings appeared, and as they flapped, the yin and yang qi flowed and collided with each other. Zhou Tong activated the Kuan Pung arts and turned the collision into a primal chaos divine sword. With the primal chaos divine sword in hand, he charged ferociously among the 9 Dharch phantoms. Clang! After Zhou Tong's primal chaos divine sword collided with the Tai sovereign sword, both of them retreated at the same time. Zhou Tong turned around and charged at the Fuxi Great Monarch again. After exchanging a few more blows, Zhou Tong pushed Fuxi Great Monarch back and turned around to face another Great Monarch. The Kuan Peng's speed was unparalleled. Coupled with the use of the esoteric secret character, All and secret character, Xing, he turned into a ray of light and moved freely in the battlefield. No one could stop him. In terms of speed, Zhou Tong was already unparalleled among those at the same level as him. Even if the carefree heavenly venerate appeared in his younger form, he might not be able to surpass him in this area. Even if he was occasionally injured, he would recover quickly with the immortal Phoenix treasured technique. Boom! Zhou Tong was never willing to be passive. With the Kuan Peng's speed and the secret character, Xing, he took the initiative to attack. This scene didn't look like 9 Dharch phantoms attacking him, but more like he was the one who had surrounded 9 Dharch phantoms. Even so, he was having a hard time fighting. After all, there were 9 Thearchs. Even if Zhou Tong had the upper hand in a one-on-one battle, the other Thearchs would come to his aid very soon. It was impossible for him to get rid of 1 or 2 Thearchs in a short time. Although his speed was unparalleled in the world, there were still times when he made a mistake and was severely injured. However, Zhou Tong was unyielding. The word give up didn't apply to him. His eyes were vertical, and the light in the depths of his pupils was even brighter. They were burning fiercely like 2 torches. Kill! Let's see if you guys can outlast me or I can outlast you guys. Zhou Tong's aura was getting more and more violent, and his battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. Towards the end of the battle, even with the Kuan Peng's speed and the immortal Phoenix's nirvana, he was still covered in blood. His bones were broken, and purple blood splattered everywhere. His blood dyed the sky red, and his flesh and organs were torn apart. Chapter 3:11. This is my heavenly tribulation? Why is it taking so long? These 9 people have been fighting with me for so long and they're still here? Zhou Tong also felt that something was amiss. This was several times longer than Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation in the original work. Could it be that because this was the road of immortal ascension, each Thearka's lifespan was longer? Or was it because this was the Tao-severing heavenly tribulation and also the heavenly tribulation for the 3rd streak of immortal Qi, so each tribulation lasted longer? Roar! A world-shaking roar rang out. The Saint Battle Emperor was indeed worthy of the name Battle. He was exceptionally ferocious, and he once again brandished his iron staff. It was wrapped in a myriad of auspicious lights as it smashed down, erupting with overflowing divine might. Clang! The moment Zhou Tong's fist collided with the metal staff, sparks flew in all directions. It was as if bright meteors streaked across the sky, and a terrifying sound tore through the sky. I can't keep playing like this. I have to target the heavenly tribulation itself. This is the road of immortal ascension, and also the heavenly tribulation for the 3rd streak of immortal Qi. Using Yi Fan's experience in the original work won't work. Zhou Tong borrowed the power of the clash with the sacred Battle Emperor and quickly escaped. Like a Kuan Peng leaping into the sea, he jumped into the heavenly tribulation. He saw the 9 Emperor stars in the void. That was the source of the 9 Thearchs' power. Lightning Emperor Art, Annihilation Heavenly Tribulation. Zhou Tong stood in the sea of lightning, his black hair dancing in the wind. Purple energy rose from his body, dyeing all the lightning around him purple. Beside him were 3 strands of immortal energy, 2 corporeal and 1 ethereal. His entire body was shining, divine and pure, as if a true immortal had descended. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Tong formed the Lightning Emperor seal with both hands. Instantly, all kinds of treasure lights appeared in the void, and the surging lightning of the heavenly tribulation quickly gathered around Zhou Tong. Even the 9 Emperor stars were trembling and trembling. They emanated an extremely terrifying emperor's might that covered the sky and covered the earth. The heavenly tribulation during the ancient chaos era had a lightning pool. Could it be that the heavenly tribulation in this life is these emperor stars? Zhou Tong also had some doubts. However, since he already had his suspicions, there was no need for him to be suspicious. He directly made a move to test the waters. He stared at the sacred Battle Emperor's imperial star. The battle between the sacred Battle Emperor and himself had been the most intense. The remaining power of his imperial star was the weakest. Crack! Zhou Tong's right hand glowed and a bolt of lightning shot out, forming a divine sword. He held the thunderclap divine sword and slashed down at the imperial star that represented the sacred Battle Emperor. Clang! The huge star was instantly severed and turned into a terrifying rain of light. The 9 great Emperor phantoms also trembled violently and slowed down at the same time. Especially the sacred Battle Emperor's figure, which gradually became blurry. These 9 imperial stars were the source of the 9 great Emperor's phantoms Tao mark. They were like 9 doors that could guide the 9 great Emperor's profound divine arts. Zhou Tong destroyed the sacred Battle Emperor's imperial star, which naturally caused the sacred Battle Emperor's figure to become blurry. More importantly, his actions had disrupted the 9 imperial stars, causing the other 8 to become unstable and unable to move. After the imperial star was destroyed, a dazzling rain of light fell on Zhou Tong's body, essence soul and tyrant bell. Countless light showers rained down, like fireworks blooming one after another, and when a large expanse of light streaked across, it was like a meteor across the sky, very dazzling. His third strand of immortal chi was also nourished by this dazzling rain of light and was slowly becoming more solid. Boom! A thought suddenly flashed across Zhou Tong's mind. Lightning flashed outside his body as he used the lightning Thearka's mystic technique. A star formed from lightning appeared in the void, perfectly filling the position of the sacred battle emperor's missing imperial star. The 8 emperor stars, which had been unstable, instantly stabilized. F***ck, it really works? Zhou Tong was dumbfounded. This was simply cheating the heavens. So that's how it is. The lightning Dharch is a genius. After mastering the lightning Dharch technique, I can also take advantage of my tribulation. My premonition was indeed correct. Using the lightning Dharch as my 6th godly form was indeed the best choice. A smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. Back then, he had chosen the lightning Dharch as his 6th godly form because he had a vague premonition that the great Tao severing tribulation would be extraordinary. Perhaps he could use the lightning Dharch technique to interfere. He did not expect it to really come true. At the same time, the sacred battle emperor's phantoms were also reforming. Zhou Tong could even feel that this sacred battle emperor's phantoms were completely under his control. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the heavenly tribulation was continuously pouring into this imperial star that Zhou Tong had forged. Haha, I was originally unable to use the one spirit into 3 pure ones when I was in the divine seal state. Who would have thought that I would suddenly have a lightning Dharch? Zhou Tong could not help but laugh maniacally. Come, sacred battle emperor, kill the enemy with me. Zhou Tong's movements were very fast. He actually managed to gather the sacred battle emperor's phantoms in an instant and directly destroyed the Lotus Thearka's imperial star nearby. A dazzling rain of light spread out from the imperial star, turning into nomological Tao patterns that were imprinted on Zhou Tong and his bell. The special substance in this rain of light also further nourished Zhou Tong's immortal aura. Next, Lotus Dharch, kill the enemy with me. Zhou Tong followed suit and forged another Lotus Thearka's imperial star to continue the battle. After grasping the trick, the Eternal Universe Dharch, the Void Emperor, the Tai Emperor, the Fushi Dharch, the Demon Emperor, the Amitabha Dharch, and the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue were all defeated by Zhou Tong one by one. Zhou Tong stood quietly in the void as he bathed in lightning. The 9 Thearchs circled around him. There's a problem. I've already completely replaced all the imperial stars. Is the heavenly tribulation still not over? Zhou Tong looked at the thunderclouds in the sky in confusion. The power of the heavenly tribulation seemed to be endless as it continued to pour into the 9 imperial stars. Forget it. With the lightning Dharch technique, I want to see how much more power you can pour in. All this power will become my creation. Zhou Tong laughed softly as he activated the lightning Dharch technique again. Instantly, the 9 Thearchs and ancient emperors beside him sat down cross-legged at the same time. Vast amounts of lightning and vitality dissipated from their bodies. In an instant, the sea of lightning was filled with all sorts of scriptures, symbols, and Tao marks. Zhou Tong emitted boundless light that was dazzling and eye-catching. In the middle of his brows, a huge bell shone brightly. Similarly, all sorts of runes were intertwined and fused with him. It was as if it was an inseparable part of his life. Imprints of the great Tao appeared on the huge bell. After half a day, Zhou Tong's injuries were completely healed. Even his 3rd strand of immortal chi was almost formed. The heavenly tribulation of the ancient chaos era had lightning pools and heavenly tribulation liquid. There's no reason for the heavenly tribulation of the current era to lack these crucial items. so it requires the most powerful heavenly tribulation to destroy the imperial stars. During the ancient chaos era, heavenly tribulation liquid and lightning pools would appear for every prodigy's heavenly tribulation. However, in the current era, the heaven and earth spirit chi and origin energy were indeed inferior to that of the ancient chaos era. Therefore, only the most powerful heavenly tribulation would have such items. Even among the thearchs and ancient emperors, not many of them had seen such items. Suddenly, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. The power of the 9 imperial stars that he had forged during the heavenly tribulation had almost disappeared. Boom! At that moment, the 9 imperial stars that Zhou Tong had forged suddenly crumbled. Immediately after, the heavenly tribulation raged again. High in the sky, 9 brand new imperial stars appeared. They formed a line, and 9 brand new thearchs appeared. 9 Litharch, Nuwa Tharch, Ruthless Tharch, Unfettered Heavenly Venerate, Stone Emperor, Corpse Emperor, Reincarnation Master, Sacred Sun Emperor, and Dao Yen Tharch. So that's how it is. The Sacred Battle Emperor and the others were only the first thearch. Now, it's the second thearchs. Zhou Tong understood. Each thearchs lasted about a day. However, after mastering this special technique, I have no fear of this kind of heavenly tribulation. Let's test the strength of these thearchs first before going straight for it. Zhou Tong did not hesitate. His battle intent, which had almost been extinguished, was once again ignited. For the second thearchs, Zhou Tong relied on the Kunpeng's extreme speed, the secret of all, the secret of movement, and the immortal Phoenix Nirvana technique to test the thearch's battle prowess. Although the process was also very difficult, there were bloody battles, and they paid a bloody price, but compared to the gains of this battle, it was not worth mentioning. After half a day of fierce fighting and the rain of blood, Zhou Tong had witnessed the demeanor of the 9 great emperors. He had witnessed their Tao and Dharma, which allowed Zhou Tong's usage of various Dharma to reach a higher level. After the bloody battle, he used his full strength. He used the Lightning Emperor technique to deceive the heavens and erode the heavenly tribulation, monopolizing the fortune. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.